Ooh.
Hello, how is everyone?
Oh, got a little Hillary Clinton going on in the background.
Yeah, no, I know. I see. Who am I missing? Hi, Alana, how are you? Oh, we can't hear. It's a fancy mic, though.
Andrew, people
audio
unfamiliar?
For Lana.
Hi, Richard, how are you? Hi, Lisa.
Hi.
Heard
How
from
is
my
every-
office. I'm going back to work tomorrow or next week.
Wow. Nice.
Wow.
I mean, not that I haven't been working, but I've been working from home. I'll go back to the office. So.
Okay, still a few minutes to the hour. Still can't hear you, Alana.
You'll have to select from the audio in the lower left corner. You'll say select a microphone. You'll have to select that microphone.
Richard Adams, phone number ending in 018. Is that you? Let's see if we can unmute. Try hitting *6. I should unmute you. I think that's Richard. Oh, and I wanted to. Michael, do you mind if I make you co-host to help assist with all the fun
No
stuff?
problem.
Thank you. Okay, can you? I tried unmuting the phone number ending in 018. I think that's Richard Adams, but I wouldn't. Can't tell definitively.
Did you see the Q&A?
I have not yet. Yes, absolutely, Tammy. That's not a problem. We have a. So let me make a note so I don't forget. And yes, absolutely. Okay, so we'll close that.
Upgrade Alexa.
Yeah, let me see here. Hold on. Oh, there she is.
Barry's out there, and Peter
I
and
see Carol Rosner, so I'm assuming that is.
Rick.
Yep.
Mira Kaplan.
Yep.
Thank you. Yes, I'm Carol. I don't-
I see Sean Smith is on. Okay. There's Brian Carroll.
Okay,
Hi, good evening, Brian.
good evening.
Okay, Michael, can you try unmuting this 323, the number ending in 018? Because I'm pretty sure that that's Richard, but I hit unmute and nothing happens.
Yeah, I've hit unmute. Nothing happens. He's got to unmute himself, I believe.
Oh,
There he
Keith,
goes.
the 323 is Barry.
Oh,
Oh,
it's Barry.
sorry, Barry. Well, Barry, it's a pleasure to have you.
Thanks.
Okay, so who are we missing? We're missing.
Richard, Alexa.
I'm here.
Where are you?
Alexis-
Oh, you're.
Al-
See, you
Al-
don't. You
I'm
haven't turned your
here.
video on.
That's
I
right.
have not,
Alexis here.
but I'm here.
Whatever.
Whatever.
I see Steve. Oh. Hi, Steve. So I do see you. I have to see your hand up. So when it's time to speak and do all that jazz, you'll just unmute yourself like you just did.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. We're missing. Okay, hold on.
Jesse, and that was Adam. Adam just showed up. Hang on, I'll promote him.
Oh, did you see Jesse?
I have not seen Jesse yet.
Okay, so 7:01, and we already have
We have quorum, so
four. Yeah. So let's. I think we will get this show on the road. Okay. Hi everyone. If we can call this meeting to order at 7:01, and if we can call the roll.
Okay. Let me pull up. So that I can bear with me 1 moment. Okay. Richard Adams. Can you guys hear me?
yes, Richard
Yes.
is not present yet.
Okay. Brian Carroll.
Here.
Michael DeLazar.
Here,
Randy Freed.
Here.
Alex Isbicki.
Haven't seen him as of
No?
yet.
Okay. Mira Kaplan.
She's here.
Rajika
he's
Kaplan.
here.
Mira,
He has to unmute.
Okay.
mute.
Lisa Karajian.
Here.
Nancy.
Here.
Richard Niederberg.
Here.
Jesse Porter. No?
I have not seen Jesse.
Rick Rosner,
Yep.
Lana,
Lana's here. She can't, her
Who's
microphone's
having
not working.
mic issues.
Okay. Alexa here, Adam,
Here.
and Joseph Tishy.
He's here.
He is here.
Yes,
Great.
I'm here.
I don't, was I called?
You were
Yes.
right after Mira, but I think you were busy telling Mira to unmute. So you may have missed. So update. Okay, so next is approval of the July 15th minutes. Can I get a second
I'll second that.
Okay.
without objection? Okay. Those will be filed. Update from me. So it has been a busy month, to say the least. So first I want to start off by saying thank you so much. There was a lot of, I received a number of emails, both from people that were very feeling positive about the change to the committee chair for homelessness, and a surprisingly large number of emails, even some as far away as Texas and San Francisco, very concerned with my change in the chair for the homelessness committee. I engaged with everyone and a number of people I had the pleasure of speaking with. So I want to first say thank you for engaging in the conversation. Thank you for caring about the subject. I understand change is hard. I understand the apprehension and the concern. And as I've said to everyone, should the community feel that my choice was wrong, should the directions be that this individual takes, that Steve takes, then he'll be speaking a little later to introduce himself. I'm certainly not above of saying that I made a mistake and making a course correction for any committee or any initiative that this SCNC takes. Because at the end of the day, our job is to represent you, and there's a whole lot of you. It's, I think, 38,000 roughly in Studio City. And there's Jesse Porter. Michael, if you could let him in.
I already did.
Promoted panelist. Oh, you already did. Sorry. So I really appreciate that for those that have voiced concern. And I know that myself and Steve and frankly, all of our board members are open to interacting with you, the stakeholders. Secondly, just as a reminder, there are a number of courtesy of land use coming up in the land use committee. There were a number of legislative bills that are happening that will have an impact. We encourage you to look at those bills yourselves. We encourage you to reach out to our elected officials, Assemblyman Nazarian, to reach out to Senator Hertzberg. They have an impact on our community, not only just in Studio City, but really all of California. And so whichever side of the coin you are on, I think it's always important to add your voice to the conversation. The last thing, in terms of announcements that I wanted to make, actually is the fun stuff, and at least in my opinion. I think it's always important to recognize people when they're working hard for someone else for free, and they're doing it when no one's looking, and they're doing it because they care about community, they care about you, they care about me. And so towards the beginning of this pandemic, we there was a subset of the board that started an initiative so that we would be able, of neighbors helping neighbors, putting flyers at the local market, putting flyers out at the farmer's market, soliciting you, the community, to volunteer. And really, to our amazement, I think at its height, Nancy will correct me if I'm wrong, 80 volunteers, 80 strangers from within this community that said, I have time, I have a car, I have the capacity to help my fellow neighbor. And many of them actually did. And so one of the things that was an initiative of the Outreach Committee is trying to put a spotlight back on the community. And so we passed a Studio City proclamation or really it didn't pass, but we have decided to make this proclamation. So I just wanted to identify one volunteer in particular. So the Studio City proclamation, I should do a screen share, but I will be cheesy and just hold it up. But we are going to send it out, and it says, whereas a pandemic swept across the globe, putting many vulnerable people in dangerous and even life-threatening situations, whereas the mayor of the city of Los Angeles instructed the neighborhood council to find those in need and do everything in our power to serve our vulnerable citizens. Whereas the Studio City Neighborhood Council immediately created a Neighbors Helping Neighbors program, whereas more than 80 local citizens offered their services to help those in need, whereas several of our vulnerable population were indeed in life-threatening situations which our volunteers were able to address and resolve, whereas Greg Fitzpatrick was assigned several cases, and one case in specific in which he used his personal resources, he made untold visits, he engaged with the county services, he engaged with our town concerned friends, our out-of-town concerned friends. He addressed the hospitalization of the person who he was assigned to, and he eventually led a team of volunteers all to serve this one individual of Studio City's vulnerable. Be it proclaimed that the Studio City Neighborhood Council appreciates the hard work and risk that all the volunteers faced and desires that all those who volunteered receive acknowledgement. The Studio City Neighborhood Council recognizes Greg Fitzpatrick for his outstanding community service through Neighbors Helping Neighbors program. Hereby, the Studio City Neighborhood Council recognizes all 80+ citizens that served and offered to serve the vulnerable in our community. And the Studio City Neighborhood Council awards Greg Fitzpatrick the August 2020 Award for Outstanding Community Service. So thank you so much, Greg. He even volunteered on his anniversary with our Feed Folks initiative. So to say that he's committed to the community doesn't even begin to give him justice. So thank you very much, Greg. I greatly appreciate that. We appreciate it. Moving right along to public multiple agenda items. So item number 4 on the agenda. So just to review, because this is something relatively new for us, agenda instructions. A member of the public wishing to speak on more than one item at a single meeting shall limit his or her remarks to a total of 5 minutes per meeting. Comments by members of the public who want to speak on all items for up to 5 minutes at one time can choose to speak now. Members of the public who choose to speak during the multiple agenda items period will be given the opportunity to also speak during general comments on non-agenda items. So what I would ask is, if you care to identify yourself, please do, although you're not required to. Just mention the agenda item that you wish to speak to, and you will have up to 5 minutes. I will set my time. Would anyone care to be a timer? Looking at any board members utilizing their phone, perhaps? Adam Summer, you got a timer on your phone?
Yes, I do.
Is that okay? Is that okay? Do you mind doing a timer for 5 minutes?
Are you talking about for each, like cumulatively for each person?
Yeah, total for 5 minutes for each person.
In fact, if
Okay.
you can just give us a hand signal, that would be probably the most beneficial. Just hold up 5 or 4 to count them down.
Okay.
Does
Are
that
we?
make sense?
I mean, if
but
it's
if you-
cumulative, then they did 3 minutes. You want me to just add it up?
No, so they have 5 minutes right now. Each speaker will be able to speak for 5 minutes. So
Yeah.
whether if they use just 1 minute during this time, they'll still have a separate time, which will be a separate 2 minutes for non-agenda items. So you won't have to worry about tracking the time for each person. Someone can speak now for up to 5 minutes. So whether they use the whole 5 minutes, they use 3 minutes, that's up to the speaker. So if you would like to make a public comment on agenda items, please raise your hand. If you happen to dial in, you can press *9 to raise your hand, *9 to lower your hand. So if you could please do so now, that would be greatly appreciated. So far I see. Okay, well, we will start at the top with Adam. Are you ready to start timing?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, great. Elaine, when you are ready, please. Oh, let me unmute you. Please feel free to begin. Your time will begin when you start speaking.
Hi, this is Elaine Loring. This is a general public comment, not on a particular agenda item, I don't think. Is now the right time?
Public comment on non-agenda items would be, is the next.
It's on the,
But if it's an item on
it's
the
about
agenda,
the
please feel
change
free.
in the homelessness committee, so tell
Okay,
me
well,
if
sure, go right ahead because
So-
Steve is introducing
Okay.
himself. Just go right ahead.
So when Randy became president of the neighborhood council, he sent an email noting his goal to engage more with the community. Unfortunately, one of the first acts was the opposite, in my opinion, of a democratic community builder. I'm here to ask you and the entire board why you fired the homelessness committee chair and in fact sidelined the entire committee. If you felt the committee wasn't engaging key parts of the community, it would have been much more productive to work to bring those voices to the table rather than blowing up the table. The neighborhood council doesn't set homeless policy for the city, but by having a committee who has relationships with electeds and service providers, it enables us to advocate for the neighborhood and play a productive role in facing the very real challenges of homelessness in LA. It's very complex. There are a lot of things working that make it so difficult. Firing Andrew and alienated his team lessens our voice with key decision makers. I don't know the new chair, but in my view, trading the experience and knowledge of Andrew and his fellow committee members for someone who it appears his primary credential is that he worked for the sheriff's department is a big step down. Thank you for the time.
Thank you, Elaine. Next, we have Andrew Silver. Andrew, your 5 minutes will begin once you start speaking.
Hey, Randy, I'm just using my phone on the meeting. Is there anybody that wants to do the timing that has a phone and a computer so they can?
Sure, no
keep-
problem. Sure, I can use my phone, not a problem.
All right, sorry.
Andrew, are you able to unmute yourself? Michael, can you see if you can unmute Andrew Silver?
There we go. Am I unmuted?
Yes, there you go. Your 5 minutes will begin once you start speaking. Thank you.
Randy reappointed me as chair of the homelessness committee, then removed me as chair. Randy stated, and I quote to a stakeholder, "The Department of Neighborhood Empowerment and the city attorney's office felt there was an inherent conflict of interest based on Andrew being the president of NoHo Home Alliance and the chair of the homelessness committee." Gibson of Dunn states, "Please note that the Department of Neighborhood Empowerment nor the city attorney did not provide guidance on your removal based on a potential conflict of interest. Randy gave false information to stakeholders, calling into question his integrity and ability to be an honest broker for the community. I resolutely refute Randy's allegation of a conflict of interest. I conducted my role as chairman of the homelessness committee with integrity, honesty, and only with the best interests of the community. NoHo Home Alliance is the only homeless services access point in the Southeast Valley. I'm on the steering committee of SPA 2 and a committee chair of the Homeless Coalition. This group of service providers implements the strategic plans for the valley. This group tackles homeless inflow, services, housing, and community engagement. Studio City Neighborhood Council no longer has a seat at the table of any of these organizations. NoHo Home Alliance was selected to identify 50 individuals on the streets to be moved into housing, and NoHo Home Alliance placed 30 people into housing last week. Studio City Neighborhood Council could have been involved, but you chose not to. Building relationships with the organizations that solve homelessness is paying off, bringing people off the streets. Studio City Neighborhood Council doesn't have representation. There was no committee meeting this critical month. You have no CIS for HHRP for mentally ill and drug addicted homeless. I learned about HHRP from the director of the program that's here in the Valley that specifically treats and houses mentally ill and drug addicted homeless. If a stakeholder asks what SCNC is doing about the mentally ill and drug addicted homeless on our streets, your answer has to be nothing. You have no CIS to fund housing the homeless at Studio City underpasses. This is in front of the city council now. If a stakeholder asks, what are you doing at underpass and campus? Your answer has to be nothing. The city filing to Judge Carter has a huge problem that directly impacts Studio City. You are doing nothing. I will continue to do my work on the steering committee, the coalition, and No Home Alliance, and the East Valley Alliance. We are housing the homeless, addressing mental illness and drug addiction, and addressing our elected officials to make needed changes. As a resident of Studio City, it is very disconcerting that the Studio City Neighborhood Council is abdicating its responsibility to the stakeholders to address homelessness in our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Next public comment is from Abra Sussman. If you can unmute yourself, and your 5 minutes will begin once you begin speaking. Thank you.
Hi, testing that this works.
Yes, we can hear you.
Great. Hi, I'm Abra Sussman. I'm a proud member of the Homelessness Committee. As you're all aware, during the last few weeks, Mr. Freed fired the chair of our committee and appointed a new chair. There are many aspects of this that I find deeply troubling. First, he made all decisions without once communicating with any member of the committee. Second, he spread misinformation that you just heard about our former chair. Third, he appointed a chair who neither lives nor works in Studio City. And finally, he selected an individual who works for the Sheriff's Department, what is arguably the most egregious perpetrator of violence against people of color in our city. But perhaps most of all, I believe you should be concerned by the fact that all of the above happened within the bounds of the policies of this board. Mr. Freed acted as poorly as you allowed him to, but you can revise your governing policies to hold presidents to a higher standard. My call to action to you tonight is to take a closer look at your operating procedures. I have, and at this moment, you allow a president to fire and appoint a chair of a committee at will, and the chair to remove and appoint any committee member for any reason. So ask yourselves, are you comfortable giving complete power of committees to any individual who holds this office? Is this democratic? Where are the checks and balances? And how will you fix it? I suggest you begin by looking at the bylaws of other neighborhood councils, which I've done. They have more robust protections in a lot of instances. I'll go ahead and provide 2 examples that I came across in the Q&A box as a starting point. Ultimately, Mr. Freed did not fail to act as a president of the neighborhood council. He failed to act as a leader. It's on you as a board to fix this. Do not fail our community by expecting so little of your leader. Revise your operating procedures so there is accountability, checks and balances, and the kind of democratic processes that our community deserves. Thank you.
Thank you. Next to speak is, we have a phone number ending in 008. Phone number ending in 008. Michael, are you able to, okay, there we go. 008, are you able to unmute yourself? *6.
Okay. I'm on my phone. This is Richard Adams. I've been here for the whole meeting.
Okay.
So if I was marked absent, here I be.
Thank you, Richard. Apologies for not.
Well,
being an interruption.
like I said, I don't remember from one month to the next which number to punch to get this or that or unmute or whatever. So
No problem.
maybe we might want to include that at the bottom of the agendas when they go out from now on for all meetings. So us old farts that don't do cameras and Zoom and everything can get along with the program and cooperate.
Sure. I believe instructions are there.
Suggestion.
Sure. No, I appreciate it. Take a look at that. Thanks, Richard.
And other than that, as a board member, I will not comment on any of the other comments previously, although I may contact you privately.
Great. Thank you very much. Okay, so moving right along, public comment from Rudy Melendez.
Thank you, Randy. Good evening, Studio City Neighborhood Council board members and stakeholders. I just wanted to say thank you for the work that you do on behalf of the neighborhood here in Studio City. And I'm here to speak to two agenda items tonight. The first comment that I have is in regards to Randy replacing the chair of the homeless committee. I support that decision. I don't feel I feel like Mr. Silverman is not willing to recognize some of the basic needs that residents are facing with the tent encampments in our neighborhood, and is only willing to parrot the city's policy. When the homeless need basic city services, we need these areas to be cleaned up. And Andrew has failed to deliver those types of results that I'm looking for as a neighbor here in Studio City. My second comment is into regards to agenda item, I believe 12A, outreach. And I'm concerned that the neighborhood council is considering spending $6,000 on a mailer to advocate their social media platforms. And I think that's a lot of money that could be better spent. I think that maybe there might be some more creative ideas to spend that kind of money to do outreach for the neighborhood council. And a postcard, I don't think is really a very effective, cost-effective way about promoting the work of this body. Thank you very much for your time. Good night.
Thank you. Lydia Sussman, if you're able to unmute yourself, your 5 minutes will begin once you start speaking.
Can you hear me?
Yes,
Go.
we can hear you.
Hi, everybody. My name's Lydia Sussman. I am a longtime member of the Studio City Neighborhood Council's Homeless Committee, and I'm here tonight to respond to the manner in which Randy Freed fired and then appointed a new chair to our committee without requesting any of our input. I can almost understand wanting to shake up a committee that is absent and ineffective. However, the Homeless Committee has been anything but that. I'd like to share with you some of our accomplishments. We created a resource booklet that is the only comprehensive guide for people experiencing homelessness in the East Valley, and it is included on a website now for easy access. We had the first of 4 planned forums with over 80 participants. We have participated with organizations working directly with homeless individuals in our area. We have an unhoused Studio City stakeholder as a committee member to better understand the journey and needs of individuals struggling with homelessness. We've gathered Studio City residents together to meet with and learn firsthand from homeless individuals, as well as Studio City business owners to discuss their concerns. We, along with 100 stakeholders, signed up to make hygiene kits with Resisterhood LA. We have participated in the homeless count for several years. We interacted with organizations who are doing on-the-ground work, such as the Interfaith Food Bank, NoHo Home Alliance, Hope of the Valley, the LA Police Department, and LA Family Housing. We also set up a meeting with Step Up on Second, which provides housing and services for individuals with drug and mental health issues. We had bake sales and raised over $2,500 to help NoHo Home Alliance increase their services, which includes providing showers, clothing, food, medical services, and signups for housing. We were just on board to help select more than 50 individuals to enter housing this summer. However, now we are not. We gathered and shared information about the homeless multidisciplinary street team, which is used to ease the burden on emergency responders. Our committee wrote many motions and community impact statements to politicians and organizations, and the board passed all of them. As you can see, we are a dedicated and hardworking team, and we deserve to be treated better than we have been. I urge you, the board, to hold a meeting with us to fully understand and to rectify this situation for the future of our neighborhood. I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, we have L. Stephanie Tate.
Are you able to hear me?
We are. 5 minutes will begin once you start your comments. Thank you.
Wonderful, thank you. The members of the SCNC's Homeless Committee are Studio City stakeholders, and our voices matter. We have spent years working with both our unhoused and housed neighbors and have done our best to include and be respectful of voices that differ from ours. At no point throughout the process of Andrew Silver being removed as chair of our committee and Steve Johnson being appointed the new chair has there been any direct communication with us by the current president unless initiated by committee members. What communication there has been offered to the larger community has included misinformation about our former chair. To date, the new chair has not answered any emails nor reached out to us. It is concerning that a member of the Sheriff's Department who does not live or work in Studio City has been appointed chair of the Homeless Committee. Many Studio City stakeholders have joined in the current discussion around police brutality and over-policing through joining the Black Lives Matter protests, and this appointment means they are not being heard. Our own senior lead officer during the homeless forum we put on in March said that the police have no desire nor feel that they are in a position to deal with unhoused communities. Appointing someone who is a representative of a policing organization shows a complete lack of understanding of what a majority of Studio City stakeholders are looking for in leadership positions. Moving forward, I urge the board to look at how committee members are included, addressed, and removed, since taking such disrespectful actions towards people who have dedicated so much time and effort in positions that are already difficult to fill with members of the public will only make it less likely more stakeholders will want to engage with this council, especially if they have views and life experiences different to those in leadership positions. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Greg Fitzpatrick.
Unmute. Can you guys hear me and see me?
We can hear you, yes.
We can't see you, but we can hear you.
Oh, you can't see me. How do I get you to see me?
1 second. We should be able to see you now. But your camera's off. And actually now your mic is off.
Mute. I don't, how do I turn my camera on? Start video? There you go. Okay, hi everybody, how are you? I just want to thank you for the recognition for taking care of this woman named Anna Zacher. I got a call from Nancy. Actually, she sent out an email to see if anybody could go out on a welfare check for her. It was 10 o'clock at night. And I got her telephone number and I called over there and she answered. And I went over, and she was a woman.
Point of order. Point of order. Seriously, please do not
yes.
use the person's name. It's a HIPAA thing.
Well,
Privacy Act.
Well,
sure, but she's deceased right now.
I understand, but still, it's federal law. Trust me, I do this for a living. That's all.
okay, Richard.
Bye.
Well,
Sorry, Greg. Sorry, Greg. Go right ahead.
yeah, it's okay. Well, long story short, she's deceased at present. She was racked with cancer all over her body, in tremendous pain, was extremely thin, and she lived in a really depressing, tiny place, and she had nobody. And I went over there to help, and there were a few other people who volunteered as well. A woman named Jen Horrigan and Lilith Bertashevsky helped out as much as they could. Anna was a very tough lady. She didn't really like many people around. For some reason, she liked me, and I enjoyed speaking to her. She was very intelligent, but she was really slipping away. The first day I walked into her place, I looked on the nightstand, and there was a gun. And she said, "I want to blow my brains out. I don't want to live anymore." And it was really sad. And I went over and helped her as much as I could. One of her neighbors came in later, a guy named Ethan Griffin, and he helped out a lot. And another one of her neighbors, Saul, had been helping her a little bit all along as well. But it was a really sad situation. And I went and saw her several times a week, and I would bring her groceries and certain things and just talk to her. And long story short is we got her on a hospice. The hospice is voided, though, if you go to the emergency room, and she fell and somebody found her and took her to the emergency room. So another friend of hers got her on another hospice that allows assisted suicide. And that's the route she took, sadly. It made me really sad that that she chose that route, but she was in tremendous pain for quite some time. And she would tell me regularly she just didn't want to live like that anymore. It was a privilege to be able to help her. It was a blessing to be able to help her. And it was a blessing to be able to get to know the people that really gave of themselves to help her. And I'm eternally grateful for the experience. You know, life is sad, especially when you're alone, and she ended up alone. But once again, thank you guys very much for recognizing me and giving me the opportunity to recognize other people. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, and again, thank you for your commitment to the stranger and being so helpful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next public comment we have is from Peter Cole.
Hi there, you can hear me?
Yes.
Hi. I first want to say I think congratulations on the good move. I support your replacing Andrew Silver as chair. I was one of the first members of the Homeless Committee, and it was held in the CD2 office. And after a couple meetings, it was obvious that this was really a conflict of interest, and the committee should not be holding meetings or getting their agenda from the council office. And having those two entities tied together, it was just, it's not a good move for transparency. So essentially I was broomed out of it because I didn't go along with the program, and I don't believe what the city is doing is the right thing. Also, there are a lot of comments about the way you've handled replacing the chair, Randy. And none of these people apparently have read the bylaws that committee chairs serve at the pleasure of the president. It's Randy's choice who to put in charge. And this committee hopefully will be in a better direction representing all of Studio City. if we look around Studio City, I don't think we can go kudos to the Studio City Neighborhood Council Homeless Committee. They've done a wonderful job. Our city streets look like crap. There's more homeless than ever around. We've got more problems than ever. So I fail to see what progress they've done. They certainly don't represent both sides. I've noticed that Andrew Silver doesn't really accept input if it doesn't agree with his agenda. And I almost think like the way the committee is set up now, it should be, if Andrew was still chair, it should be called the No Home Alliance Committee. And nothing against No Home Alliance, but all the committee members are all about No Home Alliance. And that's not what this committee is. It's about representing all sides of this issue. I had asked also on Nextdoor for help with a dangerous individual who lives 150 feet outside from my house, who's been arrested on a felony sexual assault. He has a restraining order against him. I've asked for help in how to get this man some help. And all I got from Andrew is, I've called this person, I've called this person, I've called this person. If this is all that this committee can do to help people on the street, and to protect those of us that have people that are dangerous living close to us, the whole committee should be shut down, because this is just a joke. Lastly, some of the comments from the committee members on Twitter have been absolutely vile, and I implore you to go review them and consider removing them for the way they've trashed the new committee chair before they've even met him. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. Next for public comment, we have Mary Kenny.
Hi, testing.
Yes, you are there. We can hear you.
Good evening. I am very concerned about what is happening in Studio City with the appointment of Steve Johnson to the Homelessness Committee. As a founding member of that committee in 2018, I have collaborated over the years with a team of incredible volunteers. We have created hygiene kit drives, I've participated in advocacy trainings, and I've done direct outreach to unhoused neighbors and to local businesses to hear the concerns of business owners on Ventura Boulevard. In March 2020, this committee held a town hall where they could hear the concerns from all of the community stakeholders. The new president of the Studio City Neighborhood Council claims that this committee does not represent the entire community. But why is that? Because some stakeholders disagree with providing services because they feel that this enables unhoused people? That's deeply problematic. How can you measure the effectiveness of the homelessness committee? Most homelessness committees have not housed people. This one had the opportunity to. That is above and beyond their call of duty as a volunteer committee. Not only did Randy unseat the chair of this committee, a dedicated member of the community who is, yes, deeply invested in homelessness by participating on the board of a local drop-in center, and that's somehow a problem. Randy has replaced this person with a member of the Sheriff's Department, someone who does not live in or work in Studio City. Mr. Johnson has never attended a committee event, and I would like to ask how many of the board members on this call have attended a committee event. This selection was made without the input of the committee because, as Randy put it, I don't need their consent. And yes, Peter, we have read the bylaws. They are deeply troubling, and the ethics of the neighborhood council need to be reviewed. This selection concerns me, and this person is supposed to be holding a town hall this Friday. Are they planning on advertising it? Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Next, we have a public comment from Fran Johnson.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can, yes. Go ahead when you're ready.
Thank you. You know, I have some confusion about this homeless committee and all that, because there are two sides of this. Obviously, everybody's looking at it. But, you know, of course, we all feel terrible for people who are seriously down on their luck, been evicted, been ill, have no home, and they're on the street. There's no question about that. And we would like to help them, okay? I do have to say, however, these are not all community members of Studio City. So I'm just wondering how many of these people are our responsibility? We're not getting any help from the city, from the county. I mean, why is it all about Studio City? And then there's the other side of it, which is we have some seriously dangerous people wandering around the neighborhood, brandishing, God only knows, any sort of weird hammers and weird things that they pick up along the way. And frankly, I mean, I'm concerned when I go in and out of my property. I feel uncomfortable. I shouldn't feel that way in my own neighborhood with a property that I own. Why, you know, we've got to do something. So it's not just about giving, you know, food or medicine, or all those things are great. All I'm saying is that something has to be done with the people that are dangerous. And I'm thinking, especially with this situation with the Sportsman's Lodge now giving 200 rooms to the homeless, where's the security for the people who live in Studio City and pay the taxes? Where's the security? Can we not get someone to provide something for us? Maybe Sportsman's, maybe the police. I don't know. The police are already overworked, as you know, as they can be. But something has to give. We can't just have people wandering around running after people all the time. You know, I've had homeless people defecating in my driveway. That's disgusting. Anyway, I'm just saying, I'm not against helping people. I'm a pretty much bleeding heart liberal and on many levels, but I want some safety and security also. And I think it's only fair that we see some effort made to provide that for homeowners in this neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have public comment from Alessa Dunbar.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, I don't know if this is the appropriate forum. I was going to comment on 15A because it kind of stemmed out of me communicating with Barry. So I don't know if this is the place to make my comment. Perfect.
It is. Please go right ahead.
Awesome. So the motion for 15A, I kind of just want to give some backstory. So the speed limit on Laurel Canyon Boulevard is technically 35 miles per hour. And granted, no one really goes 35 miles per hour. And when you get past Donna Paquita, whether you're heading southbound or northbound, well, if you're heading northbound and you get past Donna Paquita, there's about 7 stoplights. But between Mulholland and Donna Paquita, going northbound, there are no stoplights. And so as soon as people get through Mulholland, they're not going 35, they're going 55 to 75, and it's a windy road and they're not paying attention. And it's resulted in numerous traffic accidents, some where 2 cars are colliding or they're running into personal property. I personally had someone maybe going 70 miles per hour. She jumped the curb because it's a windy road and landed in my front hillside, like taking out my call box. And then 3 weeks ago, there was someone going about 65 at 6 p.m. and I had just taken the trash bins out and they jumped the curb, ran into my mailbox, knocked all the trash bins out. And then there are people who have kind of just, they don't know the Donna Paquita light is coming up. So they're going 75 and there's a light and the 2 cars collide. So the property damage is one thing, but people who live on Laurel Canyon do use the available sidewalks to walk for exercise, walk their dogs, walk their children, push their strollers. And because there's no additional stop between Mulholland and Donna, so they're using it as a freeway. And it's dangerous for people walking their families because they're going 75, they're not paying attention. And there's no barrier between the road and the sidewalk except for the concrete slab. So it's just becoming even more dangerous. There was a break during quarantine and it's just picking back up. Laurel Canyon's the new 101. And I know that it's a shortcut, but the speed limit's 35. If you're gonna go over 35, that's fine. But it's a little out of control. And I think by putting a stoplight at Donna Dorotea, it at least provides some mitigation. And that's kind of it for me. Thanks.
Great, thank you very much. Next, we have public comment by Patty Kirby. Patty, unmute and your time will begin once you start speaking. Patty?
You have to unmute, Patty. You're there.
Okay, go ahead, Patty. You're unmuted, but we don't hear you.
We do not hear you. We should
Patty, are
probably-
you there?
Let's circle back to Patty.
Yep, we'll circle back, Patty. Sorry about that. Scott Mandel.
Hi, everybody. Scott Mandel here. I want to push back a little on what one of the previous speakers said about the public forum that the Homelessness Committee put on in March. It was not a public forum. It was a 90-minute lecture by a panel lecturing the captive audience on what we can and should do to aid and comfort the homeless people. With the exception of Sean Smith, we were told what we should do to help the homeless people. And that was just after a person was almost murdered on Whitsett in front of the church. And I think maybe 10 words were dedicated to that. Nobody from the public was allowed to address the group. And I know a lot of people went. This was just before the public meetings were canceled due to the pandemic. A lot of people went hoping to participate in a public forum. I challenged Andrew after and a few of the other panelists, and I felt I was pretty much ignored, as were most of the other people. As far as the feel of Studio City, the NoHo Alliance, what they do for advocacy versus the Studio City Neighborhood Council, I feel that's separate and distinct. They should not be merged together, and everybody is free to join up with the NoHo Alliance and advocate on behalf of the homeless. But I don't think that is the job of the Studio City Neighborhood Council. I think they should be taking the pulse of the neighborhood. And if you go on Nextdoor, I certainly don't think there's a majority that was in favor of Andrew and the committee's methods. In fact, I think the majority swings the other way. And they are pushing to get the homeless out of Studio City, and most of them don't really give a rip where these people go. They just want them out of Studio City. I'm willing to give the new committee chair a fair shot. I want to hear him out and see what he suggests. And I applaud Randy's decision for shaking up the committee, because I think they were going nowhere, and I think they really did not have the interests of the Studio City residents and business in mind, because they never even took those into account, although lots of us tried. Anyway, I'm looking forward to Friday's forum, and I hope you give some more information on how we can sign up and participate. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott. Patty Kirby, are you able to, is your mic working yet? Okay, we'll keep going. Goat Puppet, when you're ready.
Well, go ahead. You're unmuted. All right, asshole. Yes, anyway, talking about this homeless predicament, this is one of the few times that our camp is in alignment perfectly with Lisa Karjakian. We want to get the homeless simply moving on to better cities. And we have a list of those cities that they may go to. Wonderful places such as Kern County, a wonderful city called Bishop, and other places that we can provide bus tickets to and public transportation so that they then, when they're moved, Mr. Spindler and I are now buying a tractor, and we'll take that tractor down and we'll bulldoze all of those encampments and throw them into the LA River. Oh, you forgot to mention the payment. Yes. So we would like the Studio City NC to make a grant for Mr. Spindler. He needs $11,400 to buy a Kubota 24 horsepower tractor with a backhoe. That way he can begin the encampment removal as soon as humanly possible. And this will be the Cleanup Studio City plan. And thank you to North Hollywood for finally getting your act together. We will do it. Trump, Lisa Karjakian, and of course Goat Puppet's mentor, Lisa Sarkin, who we will bring back. We will clean every street, getting rid of these homeless criminals. No more fires, no more urinating, no more shitting on driveways, as the woman stated, because that's what they do. Homeless criminals are really animals without tails and fur. Now, I'm a puppet, but I'm also an animal. I have horns, and I have a tail, and I have fur. So when I use the bathroom, I shit wherever I'm standing, but people use the restroom. That's a very good point. Yes, it is. And finally, wherever you are, Paul Krikorian, you have a fat wife and a retarded son. Oh, did you want to mention anything else about the budget?
No.
Did you want to mention the police budget?
No.
Did you want to mention street cleanups?
Yes, we need more street cleanups. And please tell Councilman Blob and Bleeld and Fat Nuri that we need weed abatement in the Studio City and Sepulveda basins in that 9-mile region. And with a little luck, we'll get Trump reelected, and with a little luck, lightning will strike the governor's mansion, and then we will have an appointed governor, a new, better governor, the governor who can fix California, Devin Nunes.
Why?
Devin Nunes has a cow. Devin Nunes is cow.com, yes. So we need animals to run Studio City. We need animals to run California. We have an animal here, Randy Fried Chicken, who uses his powers to knock Eric Previn off of his committee and put a venture vulture capitalist in as chairman of the bylaws committee. What corruption we have here. What doom looking on your faces. Randy Fried Chicken, the new Joseph Stalin of the 21st century. That's right. But like Joseph Stalin, Mr. President, bring down those encampment walls. Get them out of the parking lots on Ventura Boulevard at the Red Line. Get those tents removed forthwith. Trespassers, fire setting, littering, and spreading disease, including typhus and typhus. These are the things we need to stop. Now I have to go back and watch the Democratic National Committee as I watch Joe Biden and hope that he speaks live so we can prove that he's mentally incompetent, just like Eric Garcetti. They're both the same thing. Mentally incompetent Democrat nationalists, Stalinists,
traitors. That's what we need, a new American idea. And I look at your faces now.
Thank you. Your time has expired. Next, we have public comment from Eric Previn. Eric, once you unmute, time will start. Eric?
Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Go ahead when you're ready.
How much time is available?
5 minutes, sir.
5?
Yes.
I think that's more than enough. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Let me simply say how disappointed I am in the new leadership of the neighborhood council. And I speak directly to Randy, who's in the lower right tonight. Ordinarily, he features himself as a kind of a billboard look of just him right up there looming over the community. Now, I realize he comes across as a decent guy, but what a sleazy little bastard, if I may say, because what he has effectively done is he put out a kind of a hit on a local member of the community who has been active for many, many years, frankly, and who always toes the line, is respected by both sides of the aisle, as we've seen through these forums. And, you know, I mean, an award-winning press club, I don't like having to talk about myself this way, but since it was never agendized, should we get rid of Eric Previn, clear out his very good committee full of wonderful members of the community like Victoria Shulam, Rick Rosner, Jeff Carter, Barry Johnson, who asterisk next to Mr. Johnson, because I think it's very clear that Barry is working directly for the council member's office and has this idea that Studio City and transportation is his little petri dish with which he can play with my neighbors and other neighbors. And the whole Studio City transportation plan, which came on the February agenda, along with the mystery project on Ventura Boulevard between Whitsett and Coldwater, along with some other issues regarding, I can't quite remember now, but both of those particular things, Gibson Transportation was giving money to Carol Terosian, and the guy who wanted and we don't know what it is yet, but it's a big development right between Whitsett and Coldwater. And I was pulling this off of public meeting agenda so that the neighbors can know about it. But Randy was more or less instructed to put out a hit, and who he stuck in my position, which was government affairs chair, which has had numerous successes by any estimation, where we all voted, you all voted, but nonetheless, Randy didn't address the good work. He just wanted to stick in Lois Weinsaft. Lois, who has not yet addressed the board, or maybe she'll do it tonight, is not a member of our immediate community, though she lives in Studio City. She doesn't come to our meetings. She's never been to a meeting. Barry Johnson would lecture you if he wasn't busy cutting the boards out from underneath me, that in our neighborhood council, you have to work your way through a committee to become a leader of a committee. And, you know, of course it has been a little choppy, as I see many of the people. Rosner walked into our committee off the street, and that's how he got in. Nancy Kremer was pulled into bylaws by Brian Carroll, came in through the window. Look, I think it's a great community, but I don't understand how Randy Freed has the authority to stick in someone from the world of, again, I am a member of the Jewish faith and a respecter of people, but a woman who is firmly placed in Jewish philanthropy, where he works for a day job, he doesn't know her personally, and yet she's good enough to replace Eric Previn, the local troublemaker. And by troublemaker, I mean good trouble. You know, when people pull things off of the city agenda that the neighbors don't know about because it's been buried underneath 111 items, and it's even worse in COVID, that does the community a service. So I think that, coupled with the strong arm tactics that has certainly realigned the way people in Studio City now feel about this neighborhood council. I don't know Jim Johnson or Joe Johnson or the woman who has people defecating on her front lawn, but I don't understand how anybody who doesn't live around here should be the public safety chair or the homeless chair or any chair. And I don't understand how anybody should come in under this incredibly weak argument that Reed is looking to bring in new people. What does that mean? You want to get rid of Eric Previn. And you know what? You haven't got rid of Eric Previn, and you can enjoy the short period from which you're going to be experiencing what you're experiencing. You know, what can I tell you? I consider it completely irresponsible what you did. And, you know, you'll have to pay for it in the most appropriate way, which is to be humiliated regularly in front of the city and all of the people who need to know that people like Randy Freed think that they are bigger than the process and the people and can simply smote somebody because they want to stick a professional favor in the hopper for later. Totally inappropriate. And I will say, done poorly and disingenuously as well, because you called me, asked me what I thought. I said, terrible idea, because why would you want to shut down one of the few people who speaks up to the power at City Hall? And the response was, let me think about it.
Your time has expired. Thank
Never
you.
called me.
Next, we have public comment from Patrice Berlin. Patrice? Patrice, public comment if you care to unmute yourself. Go ahead, you're unmuted.
Can't hear her either. Patty Kirby, we couldn't hear either.
Right. Okay, we'll go to Melanie Winter, and I believe that ends public comment on agenda items. Melanie Winter?
Got me?
We do indeed. Go ahead.
I wanted to just say a couple of things. Local governance is always messy. I think it's vibrant. I think it's fascinating. I think all of us should learn to listen better and more patiently to each other. This is a diverse community, and I think we saw that most clearly in June. And I hope we don't just seek to brush that under the rug. How clearly we saw that this is a much more diverse community than what is represented here on this board. And I was hopeful for a bit that we were going to embrace that, acknowledge it, make some changes, shift cultural affairs, do a better job of outreach so we were more inclusive of the diversity of voices that make up this community, including renters. But I still really hear that the homeowners of a certain demographic are entitled to have a more valued voice in Studio City. So I'm concerned. I would like to, and I hope he doesn't mind, but there have been some comments tonight characterizing the unhoused in certain ways. That I want to remind you all that one of your own board members has shared with you that he has also experienced homelessness. And I want you, those of you who have made those comments, to try to be mindful that you can't, no matter how much you want to, you cannot characterize the unhoused in that way, in any kind of fair universe. And to be mindful that one of your own board members has been in that position himself. That's basic respect. And I hope this board holds people to be mindful in that way. That it took a lot for Brian to do that. And I beg you to be mindful in a continuing way in that regard. So I'm a little bit ashamed of some of what I hear here tonight. I honestly had hoped that we would be able to distinguish between public safety and homelessness. What I'm hearing is people want the homelessness committee to be a public safety committee, but we already have a public safety committee. And I think we need both. I was very proud and inspired by the productivity of our former homelessness committee. Let's not forget that these were a lot of people who spent a lot of volunteer hours working very hard and working hard to listen. So let's at least, if we're going to make some choices that transition, let us not do this in a way that disrespects their volunteer contributions. I see a lot of discussion about how issues, when they overlap between one committee and another, should coordinate between committees. And I applaud that. So I don't understand why we haven't recognized that this is a schism between how we perceive homelessness, whether or not it includes the concerns of the homeless, or whether it's simply a public safety issue. And I would prefer to see two distinct committees, and I fully respect the former committee's contributions. And those who want to see this as a public safety, protect only homeowners issue, join the public safety committee, and then have the two committees dialogue. But we had a very valuable group there working hard and doing good. And let's be clear, the Neighborhood Council Committee is not going to solve homelessness. It is not their charge to do so. Anybody who expects that they will, read some. I hope that nobody intends or thinks that Nextdoor represents Studio City, because I don't think I could live in a community if Nextdoor represented it entirely. It's a terrifying place to visit, Nextdoor. So I'm sorry if I'm a little bit emotional, but I just want to express my deep appreciation and gratitude for the service and the productiveness of the Homelessness Committee. I beg you all to be mindful of and being respectful of people.
Your time has expired. Thank you. We'll try one more time. Oh, looks like she lowered her hand.
You can
Okay.
go back to Patty Kirby if you want.
Is her hand still up?
She's unmuted, but I don't know if we can hear her yet.
Patty? Okay, we will move. We will continue. Thank you for comments. Given the time and the length of our agenda, and also that a number of the public comments already, a number of them jumped into subjects that were not specific to agenda items. For public comment on non-agenda items, we will reduce the time to 1 minute. Please raise your hand now if you would like public comment on a non-agenda item. If you are on a dial-in phone, you would press *9 to raise your hand. Recognize.
What did they press to unmute, Randy? Do you know?
Yes, they'll press *6 to mute and unmute. Goat Puppet, public comment on non-agenda items. Please go ahead.
Yes, my puppet's watching President Obama, so you're making only 1 minute. Well, you stole 50% of general. Also, you violated your local rules, and the Brown Act complaint will be filed because you allowed the multiple comment period on items to be used for general public comment in violation of the Brown Act. That's not what you noticed. I didn't see a single one of these people saying, I'd like to speak on more than one item. Which item would you like to speak on? So in other words, the Stalinist, again, the bearded one there, fried chicken, you really make Patrick Lewis look like a Rhodes Scholar, you know, in comparison, because, see, Patrick was smart. He let the people speak on each item, even when he got a little upset. But not Randy Fried Chicken. No. He's getting ready for President Kamala Harris when they seize your homes. That's what they're going to do if Trump loses, Lisa. They're going to seize your home, and they're going to throw you out in the street and make you pay taxes on it. So,
thank you. Your time has expired.
You're oh, fuck you. I yield my remaining 1 minute of general.
Next, we have public comment by Patrice Berlin. Patrice, if you're able to unmute yourself. Go ahead, Patrice, you're unmuted. Seems her microphone is not working. Patrice? We'll come back to her. We'll try one more time. Eric Previn, please go ahead.
Yeah, it's Eric Previn. And I just wanted to further elaborate how upset I am, because I put so many hours into community forums where over the course of them, hundreds of people came to talk and we made it open. And Niederberg fought every single inch of it because he refused to put his credit card down at the coffee place. It was so upsetting. I had to keep fronting the money, and then for months I would have to wait to collect. And I was doing it for the community. It's unbelievable. And then when we had the last forum and Paul Krikorian was running, of course, this was after Adam Summers' brilliant campaign. He did such a good job. He was so upset when he didn't make it. I don't think you people realize how hard that was for him. But nonetheless, I didn't make it either. And when Paul Krikorian was running, Randy swooped in to wonder why I was upset that the Krikorian hadn't responded to our invitation, because he'd spoken to Jessica Fugati, who had said we were never notified. Well, certainly they were, but of course you don't notify a council district office for a forum, you notify its campaign person. And
Your
Randy,
time's expired. Thank you very much.
okay, good luck.
Patrice Berlin's mic, I guess, is not working.
Reese and Patty have had mic issues tonight.
Yeah, apologies. Moving to agenda item number 6, political representatives and presentations. I know Jessica had to step away briefly, but perhaps she is back. Jessica?
I'm back.
Hi, thank you. I appreciate you staying with us. Go ahead.
Am I on camera too or no?
You can be. Would you like to be?
Sure. I have no problem with that.
Sure, there you go. Go right ahead.
You'll have to unmute yourself and start your camera.
Okay. Hey guys, my list is kind of lengthy tonight, so I will try to be brief as possible. First, I just want to go ahead and address some of the questions. There was a woman who had, I believe it was a woman, who commented about Project Roomkey, which is a program that is run by LAHSA in coordination with the county and the state of California. If she's interested in learning more about that specific program, and she seemed to have a lot of questions, there's a website she can go to, and it's covid19.lacounty.gov and /project #roomkey. And on that website, there's a ton of FAQs, which will answer a lot of her questions, including her security question, which was, do they provide security at Project Roomkey sites? Yes, they do 24/7. Security is always provided. But I just want to remind her and anyone else who has questions about Project Roomkey, this is a project that's designed primarily for individuals who are seniors. So 62 and above, and depending upon if there is any medical issues or vulnerabilities, and those people would be considered priority to be placed. These are not hotel, they don't take just anybody off the street. LAHSA is the one that oversees it. They have a list of people that they will place in those facilities, and they're monitored 24/7. They're given outreach, food, everything. So I recommend taking a look at that site. Any questions regarding Project Room Keys are referred to LASA, and their information is on this website with the county. Going back. Some other updates. There is a park and ride in Studio City that's on Ventura Boulevard near Campo de Cuengo. That is a parking lot, tongue twister, that is owned by the County of Los Angeles. I have been talking to them since June about this lot, asking them to provide services, to do anything at this point. They finally responded to me, and I'm going to be having a phone call with them next week. I've asked them to do outreach. I've asked them to bring security. I've asked them for all kinds of things. Whether or not they do it is up to them because it's their lot. So I do urge anyone who has any concerns about that to please call County Supervisor Sheila Kuehl's office. She is your county supervisor, and this is the county parking lot. So she has the authority to do things. So I recommend people call her. Last night, for those who did not notice, I know some people talked about it on Nextdoor. There was a segment on NBC last night at 5:45 by a reporter named John Clemack, who highlighted a lot of the great work that the NoHo Alliance has done and continues to do. The NoHo Alliance is a nonprofit that's located in North Hollywood, and they work alongside Louise Oliart, who used to be the director of another nonprofit, which is based in Studio City. I urge anyone who's interested in looking at that video to take a look on our social media. It should be up there now. If not, it'll be up there tomorrow. Also, to remind people, whenever you report an encampment, it must be submitted to 311. Please, I encourage all of you to download the app to your phone. Submit them directly to your phone. It's much easier. You don't have to wait on hold if you call 311. Just submit it to your data phone. Let's see, what else? Also, a caller mentioned something about, actually, no, I think it was maybe one of the homelessness committee members. Oh, no, it was Andrew, about mental health issues. Just to clarify for people who are not aware, when it comes to homelessness issues relating to mental health, that is not something the city handles. That is a county issue that is solely handled by the county. So if there's any concerns, if you know that somebody who's experiencing homelessness that has any type of mental health issue, they please to contact the Department of Mental Health and your county supervisor's office. I also wanted to touch base on some information about renters, you know, the moratorium that's still in place with the City of Los Angeles. For those who do not catch the news, the California Judicial Councils recently announced, I believe less than a week ago, that they are ending the temporary emergency rules on evictions effective midnight on September 1st. I want to emphasize that this does not affect the City of Los Angeles because the City of Los Angeles has our own rules. So the moratorium with the City of Los Angeles still remains in place. They can, which means that renters cannot be evicted right now. I advise people to follow our social media, our newsletter, and the mayor's newsletter and social media for updates on that as they come in. But again, this order will not affect the City of Los Angeles. And so that means people who are renters living in apartments or condos or single family dwellings, again, it all applies to them. They are still under that moratorium as long as they're in the City of Los Angeles. What else do I have? On Thursday, August 20th, our office is hosting a student resources webinar for parents and students who are interested in getting an update from school board member Scott Schmerelson. This will be taking place Thursday at 3 p.m. It'll be available on Facebook Live, and you can call in by dialing 213-621-CITY, and it'll be on channel 35. What else do I have? So many things. Let's see. I also wanted to bring attention to a motion that the council member recently authored, and it was seconded by several council members. back at the end of June, and it was forwarded to the Rules, Election, and Intergovernmental Relations Committee at City Hall concerning the recent indictments against 2 council members at the City of Los Angeles. For those interested, if anyone's interested in reading the motion and getting an update, just send me an email and I'll go ahead and forward you a copy of the motion and the link where you can go online to search for that and just get automatic emails so that you'll get updates to that. Let's see. Do I have anything else?
Does anyone on the board have? Sorry, go
I
ahead.
think
Jessica.
that's good. I have so much, but I think that's good.
Sure, thank you. Does anyone on the board have a question for Alex? Go ahead.
Hi, Jessica. How are you?
I'm okay, Alex.
Good,
How are
good.
you?
Good. It's funny because, I'm hearing all these things that the city is putting forth, such as a moratorium on evictions and whatnot. What is the city doing for people who own the properties, like these apartment buildings, the mom and pops, who are going to go into pretty much, in arrears in their payments? What is the city doing, one thing, for these people?
There is information actually about property owners on this, the mayor's website for resources. To be honest with you, I've maybe gotten 5 calls in the last several months from property owners. So if it was a massive problem, they're not telling us.
Well, it's not a question
Typically,
of
what
whether someone
was
feels it's
going
a mess.
on?
Wait a minute. It doesn't matter. It's mathematics. I mean, granted, there might be some mom and pops that are older that don't owe a lot on their properties, but there are also people that are people that have ADUs and other things like that, depend on paying their mortgage from the rent that's coming in from their ADUs. I'm just saying, is any thought given to these people? Why is everyone being ignored? Are they considered elitists because they happen to own a piece of property?
I'm not gonna. That's no. So on the mayor's website, it's
catered to them at all.
Okay, let me talk. So the state of California has worked, and I'm sure you've heard of this because the governor himself mentioned it on many of his calls. That the state of California worked with many banks, including California credit unions, to help defer mortgage payments for individuals who had financial problems. Now, those calls would have come in, they would have gone to the state, not the city. So that's probably why I haven't really gotten many of them. The calls that I've been getting are from business owners primarily, not people who have mortgages. And if those calls do come in, it's usually because they're asking for unemployment assistance, which again is not the city, that's the state, but I do help get that done faster.
But the people are receiving some emergency funding right now, so they do have enough money to pay for their rent.
No, there were 200,000 applications that came in for people requesting financial assistance for rentals. 200,000, and they're probably not going to be able to even pay half that. It's
How do
just
you know?
not enough. How do I know? Because I asked the mayor.
Yeah, how do you ascertain that?
Because I asked the mayor's office.
Oh, well, we have money that's coming in from the state and the federal government.
No,
during the
we're
crisis.
so yeah. You need to pay attention to the budget because we're facing a massive budget deficit right now. That's why we had to furlough employees, and luckily right now we're holding off on that for another two months. But no, we're not. We don't have this money that you
getting paid though.
And I'm working very hard. Thank you.
Great, that's great. Well, there are people that aren't getting paid. So the bottom line is stop pandering to that segment only and start thinking about the totality of everyone who's involved in our city. It's absolutely a disgrace.
Alex, as a field deputy, I'm sure you are well aware that if anyone comes to me, I will assist them.
It's not your personal issue. I'm talking about the city entire and the councilman's ability to basically implore upon the other council people and our mayor that there should be a totality of who's being looked after in our city because we all pay taxes.
And I urge people like you to also call your federal officials because we could use the federal money to help for that.
No,
kind
that's
of
not
thing.
their job. Our
It is
city-
actually their job.
No, it's not. You have to
And
fund,
Ri-
we have to fund our city.
Alex,
correct?
respectfully,
Don't depend on welfare from the federal government.
Alex, apologies. Just want to, I encourage you to continue the conversation offline. If there's any other board members who have
will.
a
Thank
question.
you. That's all I
Thank
have to
you,
say.
sir. Was there anyone that had a question for Jessica? Anyone else? Seeing no.
There's a whole bunch of them in this chat. Peter, just call me. I'm sure you already know the answer to that because for some reason you found out before I did. I don't know. The funding is coming from the state in terms of Project Roomkey. Again, the city doesn't have any control over the Project Roomkey, so I advise you to check out the website.
Yeah,
does anybody
actually,
have
do
any
want-
questions other than me looking through the screen?
Any hands raised of board members? Seeing none. We're going to move on. Jessica, thank you very much. I appreciate your time.
Not a problem.
I just want to point out one comment that was made regarding Project Roomkey. It is 100. I went there and took a tour along with Rachel Tobias, who's the chair of public safety. Asked if she wanted to come with me. We met Ben Besley from Midwood Development, who's in charge of Sportsman's Lodge, and also Chris Freed, who is in charge, no relation, who's in charge of LA Family Housing and working there. It's currently at capacity. It's 148 individuals, 148 rooms. Okay, moving to the next item. Sean Smith, is he still? Let's see. Our senior lead officer. Sean?
Hello, can you hear me?
We can.
Hi, everybody. I'm Sean Smith. For those who are just tuning in that don't know me, just real quick, I'll go over the crime stats for Studio City. Right now, Studio City is down 15% overall crime compared to this time last year. That's what we always rate our stats off. This time last year, we go back a year. We have the capability of going back years before, but from last year, we're down 15%, a little more than that. The two crimes that we're basically up on is Grand Theft Auto, and I'll get into that in a little bit, and then aggravated assault, and with robberies kind of collide with that. The robberies are mostly not street robberies or somebody's pulling a gun on anybody or a knife. It's mostly when we have people going into the store, mostly along Ventura Boulevard. They're stopped by store security or store personnel, and a fight ensues over the merchandise. That is considered a robbery, also an aggravated assault. If somebody gets hurt during that. And then a lot of our other aggravated assaults are basically, our reports are showing that it's homeless against the homeless and issues concerning whatever they're arguing or fighting about and whoever, when they report it to us. So like coming back from the Grand Theft Autos, we have a huge number stolen here compared to what we should have. Most of the cars stolen are newer, 2012 above. Most of those cars are chipped or have fobs, key fobs. Basically, those cars cannot be stolen without a tow truck. We are very much asking that people just reevaluate how they're storing their keys. If you tandem park, which many people do in the area, please don't leave your keys in the vehicle. Please don't think just because, lots of people have the false belief that they leave your car running, you bring the fob in your pocket, you can take off going to 7-Eleven. That car is still being able to be stolen. They just can, once they turn it off, they won't be able to start it back up. We caught a lady last year, she had that car running for a week. So, it's, it happens, we all make this mistake. We all have this belief about technology sometimes, but it just, just to save everybody, we don't want that vehicle being involved in any more crime. So if we can cut down on that, that'd be great. I also, like a lot of you might have heard, I've just addressed ahead of time, North Hollywood area, which the studio's majority falls in. We are losing 10 officers in the next couple months due to a new program that the chief is starting. These officers will be working downtown. It's basically a community engagement division. We had something similar to that called community. Get the acronym before we had the acronym. We had something like that. It kind of stopped about years ago, but they're starting that back up. So we will lose officers. It'll probably amount to about patrol units, so a 2-person unit twice a day. So basically, we have 8 basic areas. We'll be dropping in one of those per major shift. Everything else, our crime rate looks surprisingly very well. I know people are very upset about certain things going on right now, but the crime rate itself in Studio City is very good. People ask me all the time about the homeless issues constantly. I can let you know right now, the city, and for the longest time since the whole pandemic really kicked in, there has been a whole moratorium on not enforcing anything like illegal dwelling, anything like shopping cart violations. The only thing we are allowed to cite for is basically 100% blockage of a sidewalk. That is a city municipal code. We give a citation for it. And right now, those citations are going to court, but they're not going to warrant. So we can issue multiple citations, but that's what we're left with right now. And there continues the state about towing vehicles for either being out of registration, parked too long. There's a couple other things. They put a moratorium on that also with the whole COVID, and that has continued now. We just got told that at least to the beginning of October. Well,
Great, thanks.
Again, I'll be honest with you, I fight for you all the time. I try to keep the same officers working the area that know the area very well. They're very receptive. They have a vehicle right now. It's a white van. It has a construction heating and air conditioning, like a gold symbol in the back. They've been going around stealing the gardeners' equipment. That's really big right now. You have a bunch of officers looking at these gardeners. Are very hard workers, as we all know. They can't afford to have their stuff stolen out of their trucks. So if you see a white cargo-style van, it has that on it. Please notify us. Keep an eye on them if you can. License plates. We think they changed the license plates once or twice, but we are looking for them right now.
Great, thank you, Sean. Does anyone, do any board members have questions for Sean? Seeing no hands.
I think Ayanna.
Are you with I know Sergeant Boone had to go because he had an emergency. I believe there was potentially another sergeant with you, or did he have to leave as well?
I had a comment for Sean.
Go right ahead, Richard.
Technology. I'm used to TA 312s and PRC 77s. Sean, thanks for your time the other day. Give my best to all your fellow officers for all they do for us every day. You're like Sisyphus trying to roll a rock up the hill, and what you can do for us is greatly appreciated by a large portion of this community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Okay, thank you. Actually, we had, let me see who I know that Patrice Berlin was trying to make a public comment. So I'm going to, looks like she is with Peter Cole, who just sent me a message.
While you're trying to get a hold of her, could I speak to the use of force presentation?
Well, I think I have her right here.
No. Okay, I'll defer until after.
Sure, 1 second.
Andy?
Patrice, sorry about
It's me.
technological issues. I apologize. So sorry
Yeah,
about
no
that.
problem. That's okay. I just
right
wanted
ahead.
to ask Sean if he has had any complaints or issues in the area of Sportsman's Lodge, the market, etc., since they took in the homeless into Sportsman's Lodge.
Can you still hear me?
Yep, we can. Thanks.
Yeah, we've had several calls. I meet because I've just known them from the past. The two head managers, nice ladies from the Ralphs. They've called me numerous times, almost every single day lately. They're having some issues with people. They said their theft from the store is up 4 times. That they do not want reports for everything because they say that they do not want their employees having to go to court for everything. They also said that They watch them. They have, if you've been in that parking lot lately, they have a great security system. It's on a pole now on a trailer. And they said they watch the people, and they said it seemed they go back to the Sportsman's Lodge. We had a stolen vehicle taken out of the, somewhere in the vicinity of the valley, found in the back of the Sportsman's Lodge. That person was arrested. The security staff of the Sportsman's Lodge was helping us. They pointed out what room the person went to. The person was taken into custody. He did have a 97-page rap sheet, but he was taken into custody without incident, and the vehicle was returned to the owner.
Patrice, I wanted to make sure, because I know we were trying to recognize you for public comment on agenda items, and your hand was also up for non-agenda items, and you weren't able to speak. So if there were any other comments you wanted to make, please go ahead.
Sure, I'll make this short. So in regards to the homeless committee, I was on the neighborhood council board for 3 years and retired from that last year. And I admire what the homeless committee has done in their efforts in the past. However, what I learned when I was on the neighborhood council board was that board members are supposed to remain neutral. They're not supposed to take sides one way or the other. Whether you agree with it or not, you're supposed to support the community and what the community wants. And the neighborhood council, or excuse me, the homeless committee, I do not believe has done that. They do great work, but they should be supporting the NoHo Alliance, because that's totally on board with supporting the homeless as opposed to the community. So, I mean, I have lived in Studio City and Sherman Oaks my entire life, and I've never seen anything like this. And we need help. We totally need help. And Fran lives across the street from me in Studio City. And yes, a homeless person defecated on her front lawn. We have this guy that's gone to jail that lives a couple hundred feet from us. I mean, we've got Sportsman's Lodge right across the river with hundreds of homeless people now. So we need help. It needs to go, we need security actually at this point, but I totally support Randy in his decision to bring somebody in that will remain neutral, that will support both sides. I truly believe that. And one other thing, Mary Kenny got on tonight and stated, how much, she's volunteered and whatever. But when I was on the board, I recall neighborhood council gave her $500 for her work. So, some of this doesn't ring true with me, but for the most part, they've done great work, but I don't believe that the homeless committee should be one-sided on the neighborhood council. And that's it. Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much.
You have a rhetorical question?
You may, sir, I guess.
It seemed like the homeless committee was good. I don't see why changing out the chair and demoting a chair to a committee member or whatever basically hurts the committee itself. If they're doing good work, let them do good work. I don't understand why one demotion rules the whole committee.
Thanks, Richard. My understanding I did receive an email, moving on to the next item, from Sergeant Donald Boone on LAPD's, who is the Los Angeles Police Department's North Hollywood Division's training coordinator supervisor, who's going to be giving a presentation on the LAPD's use of force policies. Unfortunately, he had an emergency that he had to attend to, and he had to leave at 8. So unfortunately, he is no longer with us. He did express his apologies. He does want to come back and speak. So whether we do that via town hall, which might even be appropriate, or at the next board meeting, we will work that out. Because I think there is, not only is it in the current kind of national dialogue, city dialogue, I think it's appropriate for us to have him at his earliest convenience present to our community. I believe we also have on the line, if she's still with us, patiently waiting, Tammy Ramirez, who is a new representative out of Schmerelson's office for LAUSD. Michael, do you happen to see her? There she is. Tammy?
Yes. Hi, everyone.
Tammy, it looks like you're muted and your camera's off. Sorry about that. Go right ahead.
It's okay. Hold on. My computer is slow. Here we go. I think. Oh, hi, everyone. Good evening. I am Tammy Ramirez. I am a new addition to Mr. Schmerlson's team. I don't have an LUSD email yet. That is how new I am. So once I get that, I will go ahead and send Frieden my email address. But you may contact our office at 213-241-8333. And I just have a few announcements to make. I'll try to be quick. I know your time is valuable. So the first one is the vendor partnered with LA Unified, and they are having a fall music program Wednesday the 16th to Saturday the 12th, and that registration deadline.
Huh? Yeah, little, insiders know.
On August 23rd. And that's also posted on the website. We have a advisory council that Mr. Schmerlson works with students. So this is for high school students. The application deadline for that is Thursday, September 10th at 11:59 p.m. And this gives an opportunity for high school students to work with the board member and work on some issues that are close to their hearts. The next item I have to share is the next student board member. So students apply to become the next student board member, and they're selected via an application process. And so the application is due on August 21st, 2020. And for parents who are having trouble with Schoology and the parent portal, the local district Northeast is having drop-in sessions Thursday the 20th and Friday, August 21st. And I believe that's on their website as well. And lastly, one more item to share. It is, sorry, as I pull this up, there is a wellness, healthy relationships and motivating students during distance learning Zoom webinar. And those are taking place on Tuesday, August 25th, Wednesday, August 26th, and Thursday, August 27th. And I can send that information over to you, Mr. Fried, if you'd like me to share the flyers.
Sure, that would be great. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much. I hope you all have a great evening. I'm not sure if there's any questions for me, but.
Does anyone on the board have a question? Okay, seeing no hands. Moving right along. Thank you. I didn't see Logan Smith on, so I don't believe he's here. So moving on to item number 7, Treasurer's Report, Rick Rosner.
So we just have some stuff to.
Mr. President.
Yes, Richard.
I had a very quick comment on the use of force issue. Any interested citizen can reach out to their senior league officer and take the Citizens Police Academy. It's like 6-8 weeks, one night a week. If you're in the valley, you go up to North Hills. It's very informative to find out about a lot of things that the city does or the LAPD does and how they do it, why they do it, their constraints, and et cetera, and how they got where they are today. And one of the events is you get to go through the use of force trainer, which can be very enlightening to those of people who haven't. I went through with the Army MPs down at Fort Sam Houston back in the day when I was young and had a future, but I strongly urge everybody who's interested in how the LAPD does things, whether you're for or against, to take the training and see exactly what's involved and what the officers are up against. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Richard. I'm sorry about that, Rick. Go right ahead, please.
Okay. All right. So it's the end of the financial year, and so we have to clear all of last year's MERs. So we're voting on 4 of them. We've got all our outstanding issues cleared up with them. Also, this is largely my fault. We get a bill of about 80 cents a week from CBS for phone service, and I tend to let it accumulate, and then they'll send me like a bunched bill for more than 8, just so I don't have to put in a weekly request for 80 cents. So I let it go too long, and it flipped into the subsequent financial year, so we have to just authorize that because it's a debt from the previous financial year for $37 in phone bills for a few months of phone service. And that's pretty much it.
Okay, great. So moving on to, just to expedite, we have monthly expenditure reports for December of 2019, May of 2020, June of 2020, and July. I would love to make a motion to vote on these as a bundle. Is there a second?
Well,
I
can I second?
do not believe we can do that because these are financial. This is a financial vote.
Yeah, you have to vote each one by voice, by name. Roll call.
Okay, fair enough, no problem. So we will go right ahead and vote with these one at a time.
I'll be the first.
Okay, go ahead, Michael.
So I'm gonna call the roll because Alexa had to step away, and just bear with me because I'm a little slow on this.
Wendy, can you let Mira back on, please? Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. I didn't realize that she fell off. 1 second. Okay.
Okay, are we ready?
Yep. Please go ahead.
This is motion 7A. And this is the December report. And I'll call the roll. Richard Adams?
Yes.
Brian Carroll?
Yes.
Me, yes. Randy Freed?
Yes.
Alex Zbicki?
Yes.
Raduca Kaplan?
Yes.
Lisa Karagian?
Yes.
Nancy?
Yes.
Richard Niederberg?
Yes.
Jesse Porter?
Yes.
Jesse's a yes. Rick?
Yes.
Lana? She's a yes, I can see her. Alexa is not here. And Adam?
Yes. Yes.
And Joseph?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, motion passes. And then we will go to the next one, which is 7B for January. Richard Adams?
I see May. The agenda says May.
Correct. 7B is.
Oh, May, we're out of order. Okay. May. Richard Adams?
Yes.
Brian Carroll?
Yes.
Michael DeLazar, yes. Randy Freed?
Yes.
Alex? Is a yes. Raduca?
Yes.
Lisa?
Yes.
Richard Niederberg?
Yes.
Jesse Porter?
Yes.
Rick Rosner?
Yes.
And Lana? Yes. Adam Summer?
Yes.
And Joe Joseph?
Yes.
Yes.
And Nancy Kramer's yes too.
Nancy Kramer's yes too. My apologies, Nancy. So Freudian. 3. We're going to go to number 7C, which is the expenditure report for June 2020. And that will be Richard Adams.
Yes.
Brian Carroll.
Yes.
Michael DeLazar, yes. Randy Freed.
Yes.
Alex.
Yes.
Raduca.
Yes.
And Lisa Karajian.
Yes.
Nancy Kramer.
Yes.
Got you this time. Richard Niederberg.
Yes.
Jesse Porter.
Yes.
Rick Rosner.
Yes.
And Lana. Yes. And Adam Summer.
Yes.
And Joseph.
Yes.
Great. Moving on to 7C, which is the monthly expenditure report for June. Richard Adams.
I think we're on D for Delta.
No,
We just voted June.
July.
July.
July. Yeah. Okay, we're on July. Yes.
Brian.
Yes.
Michael DeLazar, yes. Randy.
Yes.
Alex.
Yes.
Raduca.
Yes.
Lisa.
Yes.
Nancy.
Yes.
Richard Niederberg.
Yes.
Jesse Porter. Is a yes. Rick Rosner.
Yes.
And Lana. Yes. Adam.
Yes.
And Joseph.
Yes.
Great. And back to you, Randy.
Thank you. Thanks. So moving right along, there is a motion, Rick, which was
Question for the treasurer before we move forward, Mr. President.
yes.
What exactly is our total budget for this coming fiscal year?
It's at least 42,000. It's 32 plus a $10,000 carryover. And we, after a lot of back and forth, I think we get another 2,000 for, I want to say emollient. What was the word for money set aside that we were going to spend? And so it's going to be either 42,000 or 44,000.
The encumbrance.
Thank you very much.
Encumbrance, yeah.
Rick, go ahead with the motion.
Okay.
So and I
7E.
believe we'll need a second.
Okay. The board of the SCNC authorizes the payment of $37 to CBS Studio Center for phone service from January through June 2020.
Is there a second?
Second it. Yep.
Thank you, Richard, for the exuberant second. And
You can back off your mic a little, Richard.
yeah,
You're blowing us out, man.
If we can. Okay, so let's give this a vote. Is this financial? We call a roll.
Yes, it is. It's a full roll. This is motion 7E. Richard Adams.
Yes.
Brian.
I don't see a 7E on the agenda.
Top of.
I think that's the amended agenda.
I'm getting the agenda off our calendar on our website. Does that agenda not reflect the agenda we're on?
It should, because Web Corner, it was the revised agenda was set to Web Corner, and I actually even have an email from them saying that they had put it up. So you're saying it's not up?
No, I can second that. It's 7 Alpha through Delta, no Echo.
Interesting.
But I did see the amendment.
Are we legally allowed to vote on this?
I'm happy to admit that I don't know what the answer is.
Was it posted on the bulletin boards?
It is posted on the bulletin boards, so I believe we are.
We could vote on it, and if we find out we can't, we just re-agendize, so we at least tell CBS we try to get them the money, because they're going to go broke without $32.
Cute.
I'd be happy to give him a credit card.
Okay. Let's.
So so it looks like it was distributed by ENS.
Not on the website.
That's weird. It's so weird because I have the last email that said, I have posted this on the website from Noreen at web corner. Okay, all right.
Not to throw a wrench in it, but I'm just.
No. Of course. And
on the
then
thing.
Gibson is saying we can screen share. We can screen share the motion. If there, Michael, do you want to? I'm actually on my iPad.
Hold, please.
When was this? When did this revised agenda go?
The revised agenda came out on Monday morning, and it was special because it was regarding paying CVS because we have not paid them since January. And actually, the terms of CVS are net 30. So as soon as Rick brought this to my attention, I issued a special agenda.
So I've shared the document. You can see the
I
have
changes.
It's on page 2.
Yes, I have it too, but he's saying that didn't get posted to the website, which I don't believe is a requirement. I believe that the requirement is the physical posting and the electronic distribution through ENS.
Well, it's still good practice that for
It's
people
of
going
course
to our-
best practice, no question.
the agenda items that we're voting on properly noticed.
Of course, no question.
Is everyone able to see that? That's rather small. Just want to make sure everyone can see it. So if there's no
doubt as to
objection,
charges.
we're gonna move forward and give this a vote, please. So you can call the
Okay,
roll.
I will stop the share, and here we go with the vote for 7E. Brian Carroll, we took Richard Adams said yes. Brian Carroll.
Abstain.
Michael DeLazar, yes. Randy Freed?
Yes.
Yes. Alex?
Yes.
Raduca?
Yes.
Lisa Karagian?
Yes.
Nancy Kramer?
Yes.
Richard Niederberg?
Yes.
Jesse Porter?
Yes.
Rick Rosner?
Yes.
Lana? Yes. Adam Summer?
Yes.
Yes. And Joseph?
Yes.
And the motion carries.
Right. One quick question. Who's printing out the BACs?
I am. I'm taking, that's what I'm writing in as I'm doing this.
Okay.
And then get it over to me so I can check it and sign it.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rick. I appreciate it. Lana, your mic is not working. Is that correct still, Lana?
Dude, she's on her phone. I can unmute your phone. Go ahead, Lana. I think I have, oops, that's. Should be able to talk on your phone.
Hello, everyone.
You have to mute your computer though. You're feeding back.
Oh, sorry. How about that? Much better?
Yes.
Hey, so great to have Roy here. Thank you so much, everyone, for your patience. I really was working at trying to figure out the mic thing. I think once I updated my software, something just went a little wonky. I would like to just share with everyone that the Budget Committee had their meeting on the 20th of, what was it? The 20th, okay. So of July, and there was a motion that we passed. It was brought to us from the Studio City Beautification Association, and this is a request for funds. I have a beautiful package put together with a link that I'm so sorry did not make it onto the agenda with this motion. I failed to send that in my report to Randy. However, I did send it with the motion in a separate communication. So basically, the motion passed by the Budget Committee to allow funds up to $3,000, even though the Beautification Committee had requested $5,000. We've had a long relationship with the Studio City Beautification Group, and you know, they've done some really great work for us around the area. So with that, I would like to read this motion. Is that how we want to
Yes.
go with that, Randy? Okay.
Yes,
The
please
board-
go ahead.
Okay, the Board of the Studio City Neighborhood Council approves up to $3,000 to be allocated to the Studio City Beautification Association for the Vineland Avenue Medium Improvement Project. And just so you know, the Budget Committee did pass this. However, we did have two stakeholders send in written information, one for and one opposed.
Okay, so thank you for reading the motion. Is there anyone who objects to one, or any board member that has a comment on this before we vote? Bring it to a vote.
I'd like to make a friendly amendment based on past experience.
Sure.
Okay. A couple of years ago, and everybody on the board got the documentation that proves this. FCBA got $2,500 from Studio City Neighborhood Council and did nothing with the money, did not perform the project, and refuses to count for it. If they want $3,000, I respectfully suggest that we amend this to $500, and they get $2,500 we already gave them and do the project. Other than that, I'm utterly opposed to this. The islands are already maintained. There is nothing wrong with them. The island closest to the freeway has a big sign on monument that says, "Welcome North Hollywood," even though it's in Studio City. And since somebody's already taken care of these, I don't understand why FCPA suddenly has to take these over. You all have copies of their 2016, 2017, 2018 tax returns. If you've looked your email, I sent them out just right about the time the meeting was open. The FCBA has money. The FCBA gets lots of grants all the time, and they only come to us when they want some more cash. And frankly, this is yet another FCBA project that really does not need to be done because they're gilding a lily somebody's already taken care of. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard.
Any other board member comments? Mr. Carroll.
When we were trying to go through this funding last year, one of the things was a matching fund grant from the council member's office. Is that still on the table for this?
Lana?
Hi. Hi. Okay, I understand that the entire package that the beautification committee put together includes all of their quotes from their vendor, as well as the many different pieces that it would take to complete their project. This is not in its entirety going to support that project. They will need to raise funds, and it would be up to the beautification committee to match that. We can talk with Rick, our treasurer, about putting forward the recommendation to the councilman's office. I think there is some kind of matching grant. I think there might be a form that we could complete, but I think the beautification committee does that themselves.
Yeah, no, they do. I just know that was in discussion, so I was curious if it was still a part of it. I like that.
I've been raising my hand for 10 minutes.
Okay.
I've been raising my hand for 10 minutes. I keep doing it over and over again, and no recognition.
Apologies, Barry. That's not intentional. Please go ahead with your comment. I'll set the timer. I apologize.
Yeah, I'm an FCBA board member, and I would like to point out that Vineland Avenue is one of the few official Los Angeles scenic highways created when the old red car light rail was removed in the late 50s. And other than right at Ventura and Vineland, there is no maintenance and has been no maintenance for several years. And when the governor shut off the water to all medians during the drought, many of the trees and the grass died. This money, this $3,000 is a drop in the bucket towards the price of just fixing up the from just north of Vineland, where a short 50-foot exists, all the way to Whipple, where Studio City's border is with Greater Toluca Lake. So, you know, and the notion that SCBA has absconded with funds is just not true whatsoever. And many times, this $2,500 that was mentioned, I can't speak for certain because I'm not the treasurer, but many times money is held on to until we get a total amount to do a project. And this $2,500, I believe if you check with the FCBA treasurer and president, you will find it is just that. So this project is going to be in the tens of thousands of dollars, and we try to get money from wherever we can, and we have a history of doing it, getting small amounts from the FCNC, and this is again what it is being done now. And these projects have been spread out over all of Studio City, not one area in specific, but this time we are addressing the Vineland Avenue median, just north of Vineland to Whipple, which is a city scenic highway designated. Thank you.
Thank you, Barry.
Hello. It would seem to me that people would have more faith in the system if we had some accountability showing that the $2,500 is offset or was used or wasn't used or something or other, basically, to try to tie the things together. I'm not saying it's bad at all. I'm just saying that we should have more data in front of us before we add more money.
Great.
I can
Thank
do a
you,
shared
Richard.
screen if you'd like.
Hold on. Let's Lisa Karajian.
So I'm all for beautifying the east end, forgotten end of Ventura and Vineland. So there are a couple of things here, right? So do we have like a detailed plan as to what type of work is going to be taking place in this area? Because Richard Adams is partially right. I call 311 all the time, putting in requests to have the weeds cut, the medians maintained, and the city does come out and do that. So I'm just wondering, so the 2,500 plus the 2,500 from the past, the tens of thousands of dollars that are going to be raised, what is the plan? What is going to happen there? Because there are trees, there's a lot of shrubbery and weeds that grow that need to be cut on a regular basis. And when one calls the city, they do come out and clear it out. So I'm just wondering, what else are they planning on doing? What is beautification? What is the plan? Is it more trees? Is it flowers? Is it concrete? Do we have an answer
Hi,
to that?
can you, anybody hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hi, I can do a shared screen if somebody will allow me to do that. I can do a share screen. It says host disabled attendee screen sharing. Am I an attendee on the computer? I'm on both.
So attendees are not allowed to, but panelists are. 1 second.
I don't know what status I am on the computer. I'm on both the phone so you can hear me, and I'm on the computer. So I should be able to be identified easily as a panelist, I would think.
You're all. 1 second.
There are some documents at the bottom of the agenda online.
Go ahead. You should be able to share your screen.
Okay. Okay. Let's see. You guys, is anybody seeing this? Because I am
No.
running into the
Read
same
it out.
problem I did with my microphone. Once I updated the software yesterday, I've not been able to use the microphone. I mean, it keeps asking me to go to preferences. I'm very sorry. It's above my technical understanding of why it will not work.
Let me just take a look.
It sends me to the privacy issue. It says Zoom.us will not be able to record the contents of your screen until it is quit. And I'm supposed to select it or something. It says you can choose to quit Zoom now or do it on your own later.
Lana, can you
Quit
send me the
makes it-
document? I can share it.
We also have, so aside from Barry, who's a board member of SCBA, we also have Andrew Epstein, who is with the SCBA. He may also have, who joined us tonight, so we may be able to also just promote him to a panelist, and he likely could share what's being, the info to answer the questions being asked. So let me.
Andrew made a beautiful presentation to us at the budget committee meeting, and
so he's now been promoted. So.
Okay,
Andrew,
so my number one concern with this is that on the corner of Eureka and Ventura Boulevard, the beautification committee completely came in and took out the succulents and the shrubs that were there and put in just brick-like concrete. And it's just the concrete median now. And that really frightens me for Vineland. We can't just keep taking away trees and shrubbery and flowers and so forth just to replace with like a decorative concrete flooring. It doesn't look attractive. It's not
yeah, there is nothing. I've been by there. There's nothing but dirt and mess.
Okay.
Twigs.
Okay.
Hello?
Hi, Andrew. Yes, go ahead. This is
Hi,
Andrew
hi there.
Epstein, everyone. Go ahead, Andrew. You can answer Lisa's questions.
Sure. So just to give a history, Beautification has adopted several medians around Studio City. We raise the money for them. We do the design. We do the install, and we also do the maintenance. So this is an area, Vineland's an area that's essentially been relatively neglected. It's mostly medians that have mature trees and grass. And as you know, grass is a very water wasteful green area. So the design that we are talking about is replacing water wasting grass with a drought tolerant design.
Which is concrete blocks, correct?
I believe I just said it, drought tolerant plants.
Well, okay.
Well, what? I'm sorry, do you have a question? Okay. Our design is plants.
Mm-hmm.
There's no decorative concrete or anything. I'm not sure where that came from. So anyway, the idea is to adopt, there's three, we've already adopted one at the corner of Ventura and Vineland across from the drugstore there, Walgreens. That is adopted. We have three more we want to adopt. Two we've already adopted officially. The third is in the process. This is a process that's taken years to complete and get approval by the city. So we finally have the approval by the city to do the install. We commissioned a local Studio City design firm to come up with the plant design, the irrigation design to meet all the approval of the city, and they did that pro bono. They donated their services to do this. The money that we're requesting is not the full cost of the job. it's a significant cost. And I believe someone asked about city matching funds. And we've had discussions with Jessica and Krikorian's office about that. So we are looking into that as well. So that's where we're at on that. As far as, I believe somebody mentioned some money about a previous expenditure, $2,500 or something like that.
Yeah.
That money was applied towards a Welcome to Studio City sign that will be installed, I believe, in October. So the funds are being used.
Excuse me, where is this sign going to be installed at?
It's on Vineland, just north of the freeway, across from the gas station. That corner there. What is that corner there? Right across the fire station.
Okay, that's south of Moore Park. Was that what the money was assigned to, or something else?
Yes, that's what the request was for.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. And as far as I think somebody mentioned Eureka, there was a discussion about that. This was before my time, but I know there was discussions. But it was an area that someone decided to put some plant material in there, but it was mostly a very small median and bus stop and intersection that was constantly being walked over and on. And so I guess the decision by the board, I was not on the board at the time, was to take out the green material and just put down some DG, some decomposed granite, some pavers, and be done with it. Not waste any more money, not waste any more water, not waste any more money on maintenance. So that's the answer to that question. But that's not the plan for these medians.
I have an additional question.
Sure.
Are you going to adopt permanent maintenance of this, or is it going to be like when the SCBA redid the Studio City Library and then walked away after a couple of years?
Okay, so I can't speak to the past about the library. I know nothing about that, but
that's what I said. I just want to know about this project.
I do know that we now maintain 12 medians, and we maintain all those medians, and this will be one of those as well. It'll be part of the maintenance.
So it's
just for reference. Just for reference, if you don't know, the biggest properties that we maintain and adopted it's called the Oasis across from Marshall's, the Moore Park.
I know where it is.
The median Moore Park from Laurel Canyon east. The two off ramps at Laurel Canyon and Coldwater, and then there's one above Fryman, and there's other little ones. And it will be the same maintenance.
I'm quite familiar with the SCBA and the properties it maintains.
Okay, so the answer is yes.
Okay.
Any more questions?
Can we move this to a vote?
Okay, so if we can move this to a vote, actually.
Any public comments?
No public comment on agenda items was at the top of the meeting.
Okay.
Thank you, Richard. Okay, so if we can move this, we can please do the roll call for a vote on this. This is financial. So.
Richard Adams.
No.
Brian Carroll.
Yes.
Michael DeLazar, I'm a yes. Randy Freed.
Yes.
Alex Isbicki. Is that a yes, Alex?
Yes.
Okay, yes. Raduca Kaplan. Raduca, I can't see you. Can you unmute? I'll come back to her. Lisa Karagian.
Yes.
Nancy Kramer.
Yes.
Richard Niederberg.
Yes.
Jesse Porter.
Yes.
Rick Rosner.
Yes.
Lana.
Yes.
Yes. Alexa's not here. Adam Summer. Adam?
Yes.
Adam, how do you, yes. And Joseph?
Yes.
And looping back to Raduca. Raduca, are you a yes or a no on this? I don't hear you. Let me try to ask to unmute. She's a yes. Okay. Thank you, Raduca. And the motion passes with 1 no and 1 abstention.
Great. Thank you, Michael. Thank you very much, Andrew. I know you've been on the line waiting, so I appreciate your patience. And thank you for the clarification and answers.
Appreciate it. Keep
Thank you,
updated.
Andrew.
Thank you, Lana. Appreciate it. Bye-bye.
Thank you, sure.
Good night.
Next up is agenda item number 9, bylaws committee. Nancy, take it away, but of course, we've given the time and consideration that if we want to, after you explain them all, if we want to all vote on them as a bundle, maybe.
Mr. President?
I'll leave that at your discretion. Nancy.
I'll get there. I will do that. Okay, so quickly, just to let you know that Dunn has updated the language again regarding the removal of board members in our bylaws. The current bylaws and operating procedures are always available on the website, including these new ones. The committee is now going through the process of addressing repetitive language, inconsistencies, and contradictions between the bylaws and our operating procedures. So these following motions came from our first round of making corrections, additions, and deleting language in the operating procedures so that they don't conflict with bylaws. So these motions are all in operating. They will require a 2/3 vote. And I'm going to read them all and give just a brief statement about why they're there or what they mean. And then without objection, I would just like to bundle them together into one vote to speed up the process. If anybody objects.
I have an objection.
You haven't even heard.
Go ahead, Richard.
I would point out that our bylaws are currently frozen and will not be unfrozen until after the next election. And frankly, in my humble opinion, being in this for a long time, it is the business of the next board to decide what, if any, changes should be made. No offense to Nancy and her hardworking committee to try to continue to rectify issues we have, but the meeting's already run long. It's 9:30. Everybody's always complaining about long meetings. This can be tabled till after the elections next year, assuming they're held.
Absolutely not. And we're not addressing the bylaws, Richard. This is only operating. This is the operating procedures. They can be changed today, and there's reasons that we need to do it. Okay.
My misunderstanding. My objection is removed.
Thank you. So motion, I'm not going to read the articles. You guys can go along or reference them. It's just to save time. So we're going to add language so that each board member shall use an SCNC email address for all business of the SCNC, and standing committee chairs shall use an SCNC email address for all business of the SCNC. The reason for this is if there's any FOIA requests from anybody, we have to be able to have be able to pull the emails. Business has to be done through the emails, through the SCNC. B, changing the name from Homeless Committee to Homelessness Committee. That was a request from our president and probably the Homelessness Committee chair. Okay, moving on. Number C. So this would be deleting in entirety this sentence. The first nominee to receive a majority of votes shall be elected to the vacant seat. So we're not talking about replacing a vacant seat on the board in the operating procedures. We haven't done that since I've been paying attention, at least. But changing that, so striking that language and inserting instead, the chair may use discretion in adapting the election process.
What does that mean?
That means that if there's only 2 candidates, the chair gets to say the one that gets the most votes. If there's 15 candidates, the chair can say, we're going to narrow this down to the top 2 or the top 3 and vote again. It just gives flexibility depending on how many candidates we have and how the process is going to be handled, rather than who is nominated first, and if they receive a majority, they're in that seat.
Well, using the word chair in like kind of indicates that it's for committee as opposed to for board.
Okay, I'm sorry if that's
Vacancy.
confusing for you. The chair is the person who is running the meeting. It will normally be the president, but if the president for some reason can't attend that meeting for an emergency, it would be the person who is in the chair running the meeting that day.
Like the vice president.
Which would be the, the substitute acting president.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Well,
I'm just
acting
saying.
chair. It's the chair.
Yeah.
Okay. Moving on to number D. The president shall preside at all board meetings. So this is just the language of the description of the roles. And we noticed in our operating, we didn't have that sentence in, and we really needed it because the vice president, his sentence says, shall preside at all meetings that the president can't preside at. So it's just to add that obvious language. The next one, E, is the same thing for the treasurer, adding lead language to his role, which is the treasurer shall sign all board action certification back and assure co-signer signs and it's submitted to Don. It's just giving language to what his job description is. F, to strike in entirety, the entire section on ad hoc committees.
What's that about? I'd like a little more information.
Yeah, well, the problem is in ad hoc, and it was addressed a long time ago when we were dealing with bylaws, is that we can't even come up with clear information on how to proceed with an ad hoc committee. The advantage that we have right now is that we can now add any standing committee without having to go through Don, because they are now listed in our operating procedures with a 2/3 vote. So, and we always have the advisory committees, which is the grievance panels or disciplinary panels or any other advisory panel that we'd like to imbue. The problem with ad hoc, if you want to pull it out, you can, but we can't get clear definitions on it. Who's on it, how many people can be on it, if board members can or can't be. I don't know, Randy, you can speak to that if you want.
That's the guidance from Dunn, right? Is that what they're saying? Or is that something we've decided?
Sure. So
where is this?
Randy, go ahead.
Sure, I'll speak to that. So there's no official guidance that's written. The suggestion, it's currently something that's talked about both in Dunn and by the city attorney's office. As it relates to communication, for example, if a member of the public, which actually has already happened this evening, making a public request for a records request, that it should be from an SCNC email account, right? So this not only protects board members' personal email and whether that could be gone into, but also being very clear that if you're utilizing or conducting SCNC business, that it's from an SCNC email account. If you're sending out an email that's from your own private email, even though we are all on the board, it's clear that you're communicating as a private citizen, however you'd like.
Randy, the question is on F, and it's on ad hoc committees.
I apologize, jumping my own gun here, sorry. I will defer to you on this, because you were
but remember when I was changing the bylaws and you were like, but I'm reading to you right here what the city attorney's office says, and it conflicts with the Brown Act, and it conflicts with the policy. I mean, there's just so much confusion about ad hoc committees.
Yes, I apologize. Now I'm with you. My apologies.
But whose fault is the fact that it's confusing?
Exactly.
I would point out that ad hoc committees are very useful. The board has used them many times in the past. I've been chair of 2 of them, and it's a good way, and there have been many others that I was only involved in as a stakeholder. It's a good way for different committees to get together and discuss things and have hearings on items that cross-pollinate across, say, like public safety and homelessness, land use and public safety, public safety or transportation and land use, etc. Getting rid of a very useful tool doesn't strike me as a very good idea.
So the
then you're just-
tool is still there in bylaws. It's just trying to define it in operating. Can't do it.
Well, usually the ad hoc would be a subsection, right, of a committee, would it not? I mean, because then if you needed to make a committee like that didn't exist, you make a committee. But like somebody who wants to take care of some kind of specialized transportation situation could be an ad hoc committee under transportation.
Or it could be a subcommittee.
Well, it used to be any board member could call an ad hoc committee for anything they thought needed to be addressed without going through the whole process of, oh my God, we have to get this approved, that approved, the other thing approved. And frankly, throwing away that tool is not a good idea. By definition, ad hoc is temporary.
Subcommittees work.
What is the subcommittee, Richard? What does that mean? Is it different? Is it the same?
Well, I don't believe there's a subcommittee defined in our bylaws. So
That's exactly my point. Exactly my point.
Well, an ad hoc is, hey, we've got a problem in Houston, let's do something about it, rather than, well, let's take another year to go through the formal process.
Listen,
ad hoc allows the board and various members to address issues that need to be addressed in a timely manner without going through the excruciating, well, Dunn says, and the city attorney says, and Bonk says, we can get work done.
It's about the Brown Act, and you still have to follow the Brown Act. Listen, if for expediency's sake, if you want to pull it out from tonight's motion and have a separate vote on that, that's fine with me to expedite this process right now. So let's move on.
Well, I just say the way that it was written up previously, many ad hoc committees were not under the Brown Act.
This is the point, but it is under the Brown Act. That's the problem.
Well, those were previously approved by the city attorney.
No.
Okay, we're not going back and forth. I shut up.
So let's move on to G.
I'm done.
Yes.
Moving on to G, we're striking the word hot link and inserting a PDF attachment or be included in the body of the agenda. We've already made that sort of clear with the chairs and with the board that not everybody can access the hot links. So we're now using the PDFs or already in the attachment within the agenda as we got in tonight's special meeting. And then letter H is removing the word bylaws or from the operating procedures, because if there's a change to bylaws, it's already in bylaws and it's a firm 10 votes. To make a change in an operating, it's a 2/3 vote of those present and voting. So that's everything. Now, any more questions or making a motion? Go ahead, Michael.
Yeah, I would move that we table A because I've been on a Gmail account and have been willing to switch to an SCNC account, and we haven't demonstrated the ability to do that. We have 2 new chairs coming in of committee heads. If we pass this tonight, we will immediately be out of our own bylaws. We will be violating our own bylaws without having, because we haven't set this up already. And I would suggest that we set up these email accounts and then pass the rules so that we don't vote in something that we are automatically going to be in violation of.
And can we spin out F as well with A for later?
Okay, so can we take a vote then on B, C, D, E, and G right now, removing A and F?
Yeah, I agree.
I got a
I'm
second.
for it.
I got a second.
Second.
So let me do one roll all the way through, and we'll apply those to those 5.
We also have
B,
C.
C,
I have
D,
different votes for
E,
these.
and G.
Brian, I'm sorry.
And put me down as a second.
I have different votes for
and
different
H,
ones.
right?
AC for me, AC and F for me, but like I don't know if bundling it is going to save us much time here. I do agree tabling A. I do have concerns about A, but I don't want to take much more of the time.
Do you want to table C, Brian? Add that.
I just have a different vote for C.
We
than I
can
would
do it
for
one
A.
at a time. Come on.
Okay, let's go.
Okay.
All those in favor of A? Are you keep tracking, Michael?
Well, I moved to table it. What is that? What happens as a result of that?
I second the
I
table.
second
motion
the
for-
table.
All those in favor of tabling? Okay, the motion is tabled. Next. B.
B, all 4B.
Aye.
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 All opposed? I will call that unanimous. C is the one that we should call individually because Brian has reservations about it. So I will just go through a straight roll on C. Richard Adams?
Either no or table.
This is just no, it's straight up or down, yes or no.
Okay, no.
Brian?
No.
Michael? Yes. Randy?
Yes.
Alex?
No.
Raduca?
No.
Lisa?
No.
Nancy?
Yes.
Richard Niederberg?
Yes.
Jesse?
No.
Rick Rosner? Rick, you have to unmute. I can't hear.
Abstain if I can.
Abstain. Very good. Lana?
No.
Alexa's absent. Adam?
Yes.
And Joseph?
Yes.
Okay, so that's 6
Motion fails.
yeses.
Motion fails. We need 2/3.
Right. Okay, moving on to 9D. We had no objections to that one. Can we just do a visual, all 4?
So all in favor of
All in favor?
9D?
This is
9
9D.
Bravo, yes.
Okay, all opposed? Brian? And that motion would appear to carry then. So now we're at 9E. Was that one of the ones that was pulled out?
No.
Okay. So 9E, we'll just do a straight vote. All 4, raise your hand.
9 Echo, yes.
And opposed? That motion carries. And 9F?
I thought we struck 9 Foxtrot.
9F,
Wait,
we're
that
going to
was
pull
tabled.
out.
We're doing one at a time, Richard. So now would
Oh.
be
So if he's moving to
Well, that's why I'm
table,
using phonetics, because you're just saying the letter gets confusing.
I second the motion to table.
all right, so we need a vote on the motion to table first. So all in favor of tabling this motion, raise your hand.
Table 9 Foxtrot, yes.
And all opposed to tabling it. I don't see any hands raised, so that motion is tabled.
Adam Summer, note for the record, has opposed it.
Yeah, I posted it, but it doesn't. It's fine.
Opposed tabling it?
Yeah, I just didn't see the reason for
Okay.
it.
And this is tabled. Okay, so that motion is tabled. Just write this down. And 9H,
How about 9 Golf?
G.
9G is in golf.
9G, sorry, got it. 9G, straight vote up. All those 4, raise your hand.
9 Golf, yes.
And opposed? Nobody? That motion carries. Unanimous. And now we go to 9H. And all those 4, raise your hand.
9 Hotel, yes.
All opposed? No, nobody? So that one carries.
Remind me to send you all the phonetic alphabet.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Michael. So moving right along to agenda item number 10 to give a brief intro of himself. He's been much talked about and arguably prejudged, but it would be great to hear from our new Homelessness Committee Chair, and welcome to Steve Johnson.
Thank you guys so much. Wow, what a great meeting. I mean, I love the radical candor of the committee and everybody. I mean, I think it's just good to get to the meat of what's going on. But just a little bit about myself. I was in the Air Force for 12 years before I moved to LA. And when I met my partner, we moved here about 20 years ago. So we live about a mile from the zoo. So I know I'm not Studio City, maybe I'm adjacent, but I'm not actually in the city, but we do, my partner's an attorney, we do some work there, and we eat there a lot. So, and we have lots. So I hope you feel that I'm vested in the community. But I just wanted to say, with regard to homelessness, it's first of all, like it was said, it's an extremely complex issue, and it's probably not going to be solved overnight. But one thing I will say with regard to that is that on one end, you have kind of the services that treat homeless people, and some might argue that those are enabling, and then the other end, which I think you're kind of looking at more the new kind of principle in homelessness is housing first, where you immediately get people into housing just regardless. You immediately just give them housing and then kind of work backwards. And so I kind of lean towards that approach. I actually started off more kind of in the services area. And as you know, with my background, I've worked a lot with homeless people, transporting them to medical places, drug treatment, and a little bit about the homeless population. It is increasing. It started with Reagan and with the new laws about drugs. After the wars have kind of shut down, you see an increasing population of veteran homeless. So, despite all the money we've been spending, it's actually increasing, particularly in Studio City. So I hear everybody. I agree with a lot of what's been said. I hope that you guys, we can work together. And I'll just leave it at that. I don't want to take too much time.
Thank you very much, Steve. I appreciate it, and welcome on board. And I encourage anyone who wants to reach out to Steve. He does have an SCNC email. It's sjohnson@studiocitync.org to ask questions, to engage on the subject. I think there's a lot that can be, there's a lot for us to see. There are public safety concerns, but really there's a human component and human concerns. It's one of the reasons why I went down to Project Roomkey at Sportsman's Lodge to meet people, to talk to them, and I would encourage others to engage in this communal work. So thank you, Steve. Next up on agenda item 11
Mr.
is
President?
Yes, Richard.
Yeah, I missed the gentleman's email. I would like to contact Mr. Johnson directly.
Not a problem. It's just a typical Studio City format, but I will send it to you. sjohnson@studiocitync.org. Land use. You're welcome. Land use. Sorry, go ahead.
Comments on that agenda item?
We had public comment
on item 10. Is that everyone who wanted to comment on that was good on this?
Was it?
Good.
I mean, if you'd like to, if you want to make a comment, please, by all
Not
means.
me, no. I thought I saw something in the Q&A where someone wanted to comment, but maybe that was accomplished early on.
It's possible. There's a number.
I did have one quick question.
Sure.
And that would just be, Steve, what's your vision for the new committee as you see it? Do you want to keep the existing committee together, whoever wants to participate, or what's your plans?
Actually, I'm just, I don't really have any plans as of yet. I don't see any drastic changes. Like, I think first and foremost, we just need to meet as a team and kind of talk about, I think my expertise that I bring is just kind of working with teams. and coming up with a vision. You know, one thing I wanted to say, if I want to just steal a little bit of time, one thing I was saying about the homeless committee, when you talk about key indicators, data analytics, things like that, I didn't really hear a lot about that. And I think if we can get in alignment with what the community wants, what the board wants, you know, like a key indicator, like how do we know how effective we are? It's more about let's feel this way, let's do this, let's do that. So anyway, I feel that that's something I would like to add is, you know, key indicators about our how effective are we?
So my question is, has all the homelessness committee, the former members, been replaced, or are they going to transition with Steve? So is he putting together a whole new committee? With
Well, I
new
can tell
members?
you, I mean, I'll let Steve speak to this, but I will certainly tell you that I had several emails from a number of the committee members, not all of them, but several of them. And a number of them actually said actually, I think all but one said they are interested in continuing to engage in this work. A couple of them said they want to reserve judgment until they've personally connected with Steve. I know some emails have been sent to him. And so I think it's my hope is, and I know Steve, feel free to jump in, is that anyone who wants to volunteer on any committee, my hope is that committee chairs would allow them to participate and work. We are only better if we add voices to the conversation. So it'll be up to Steve as he interacts with the former committee members. And there have also been people that have reached out since his appointment that were not previously involved that do now want to be involved. So I think it'll most likely be a mix of the two. Steve, any?
Yeah, like I said, I'm fairly new to the position. There's no intent on replacing people. What I'm more interested in is just collaborating on a vision and goals for what we're doing as a homeless committee. I think that's more important. And you know, because people are going to have different views. I can see already I see several views of that issue, and collectively, I think we can come up with something that works for everybody. You know, because I think homelessness isn't really one solution. And one more pitch I want to give to you guys is that John Masseri, for those of you who are on the homeless committee, I'm connected with John Masseri, and Friday, he and I are hosting just a town hall for, you know, mostly like the neighborhoods between downtown up to like North Hollywood, like kind of along the LA River, because that's where you've seen an influx of homelessness particularly. So John is going to be there to come up. John and I agree that homelessness is it's a holistic solution. You can't treat every homeless individual with the same type of thing. So anyway, I don't know if that answers the question, but no, I don't have any plans to fire people if that's the question, or even if I could do that.
That's great. Once you get your formal email address, SCNC email address, you'll be reaching out to the members of the committee, and hopefully they can help you in introducing you to the committee itself.
And feel free to reach out to us too. We'd like to hear from you and
yes, I will
hear what's going on. We're
will.
all, you know, I think we're all for trying to work together to solve this problem. So
I think so too. Yeah.
Yeah.
Lana?
Hi.
Oh.
Okay, Lana, it's your turn, obviously, please.
We can't hear you, Lana.
Hi. Oh, hi. There's such an extreme, of course, here that we're experiencing in our area of the results of this homelessness, anywhere from just debris in the street to 3 people that OD'd over here under the 101 underpass on Moore Park. near Vineland. And I think one person maybe died. I haven't looked into that story. If anybody else has any information they want to share, any of the details. And leading up to that event, because I travel more part towards Vineland, I had noticed that week that there had been a number of people who had been pulling up and parking in their cars, and they were out. I didn't know if they were care teams. I didn't know if maybe somebody was dealing, you know, some kind of narcotics. You don't know, because cars are stopped and they're nice cars and people are having conversations, and you're thinking, well, are they having a party? What is this? People are getting Amazon delivery? I don't know. You know, Instacart. I mean, I have no clue what was going on, but I had a suspicion that it wasn't a good thing that was happening. And then just the next week, the news came out about the 3 people who had overdosed. So I would like to ask, if the care teams are going out, do we know if they're wearing any kind of identity or a safety vest, or, you know, where we know, you know, to identify that things are working on a positive way, and that we don't have to be worried that something nefarious is going on. I'm just sharing. Oh, thanks.
Go ahead, Raduca.
Hi. So I don't know if this is the place, but I want to go ahead and comment. So my understanding is we replaced Andrew, not we, but Randy, you replaced Andrew Silver because of conflict of interest. And it seems that we stopped the train that was moving. And I understand there was more, that Andrew had a more humanistic approach, sort of from on the side of the homeless population, or so much of the residents. But it seems to me that, you know, I'm not truly understanding. We brought somebody who's not part of this, so much of the community, although I understand that Mr. Johnson visits Studio City quite frequently. And I'm not quite clear why was not sort of the selection of the chair of the committee part of the stakeholders or the members of the community, the existing community, who I'm not really clear if every member, you found that every member of the community had a conflict of interest as well. So I really do not understand the selection. I understand that it's at your freedom to select whoever you want, but I'm sort of very confused, more so that I felt the people that have been doing our work for all these years, and I'm quite surprised. Seriously.
Sure. So I'll take a brief moment to answer that. First of all, I think it's clear to understand that our bylaws do not say only residents, or you know, we're not a resident can be on boards or committees. We're not a residents association. And so our bylaws do say that a community stakeholder can serve as a chairperson of a committee. And a community stakeholder is someone who has a vested interest. So Steve identified that his partner is a lawyer and does business here in Studio City, that they together are always here in Studio City. I understand that's a concern for people, but I would say if that's the case, then let's address that as a community in our bylaws once we're past the next election for those that are still on the board, and it can be addressed. As it relates to Andrew Silver, for those that sent me private email, you know, direct emails asking me about my decision, I answered them directly. So it is not correct to say that I misrepresented. There was a referral for a potential conflict of interest from the Department of Gibson Nyimbura did send out an email to Andrew Silver stating that asking him to contact Elise Rudin of the City Attorney's Office for a potential conflict of interest. That's a fact. It is a fact to say that they had not given any guidance they did not give any guidance to my decision, but I said there was they saw a potential conflict of interest. I personally saw one without even talking to the city attorney, number one. Number two, something that I spoke to Andrew at great length about is about, are you meeting stakeholders where they are, and are you hearing their concerns? And time and again, actually, even when I put out an email on Nextdoor and I put an email on Facebook, asking people when I became the president, was elected the president by the board, asking them to get involved and interact, there were several people who pointed out they had concerns with homelessness, that they felt that they were not being heard. And I don't think it's fair to characterize people that have concerns, or I'll use myself as an example. If I'm walking my family down the street and I'm walking my children down Moore Park, and there's an encampment that I have to then decide, do I take my small children through the encampment or onto a busy street like Moore Park? To me, that is not that I'm dehumanizing these people. I don't want those that are experiencing homelessness and being unhoused to be on the street. That doesn't make me less of a human, though, at the same time, to ask myself, is this a safe situation to walk my almost 4-year-old through? That's a question that perhaps people will vilify me for that statement, but I think that that's a real concern. And I think that to say it's not, that the other side is not humanistic, I think is not an accurate statement.
Yeah, so Randy.
So my decision, one second. So my decision was because I heard back from stakeholders that they felt they were not being heard. Their concerns were not being addressed. Their concerns were being pushed aside. There was an individual who said, hey, rocks are being thrown at my car. Shouldn't the police be called in that scenario? And the person said, well, why do you think police should be involved? That doesn't involve, that's not a crime, that's not a criminal element. And time and again, I felt that he wasn't really hearing people. Now, he's welcome to disagree with me, that's fine. I applaud his work and his advocacy for NoHo Home Alliance, and I think it's wonderful. But I also think that we need someone who hears the concerns of all stakeholders. And also, lastly, I will tell you, Raduca, I am human. And so if I made a mistake, and if the community now, I would say I have heard very loudly from people that don't like the decision, and I've heard from people that do like the decision. We just heard from Steve. Let's let's have him interact with the committee. Let's have him moreover interact with the community. When I spoke to Mary Kenny from Sisterhood LA, I said we are working with outreach. We want to reach out to the community and get their input and get a better sense of where the community stands on these issues. And if I, as a president, am making a mistake, I have no problem saying publicly, I'm sorry, I have made a mistake, and we will make a course correction. But at the moment, I perceive this as a good choice. And I think we should give Mr. Johnson a chance before judging him. I think what's fascinating in a lot of the commentary, I'll just close with, Raduca, is that in the same breath that people are telling me that those that are unhoused are as unique and diverse as everyone on this call in our community, while at the same time then vilifying every single member of law enforcement as one type of person, that's hypocritical. And so while I understand that point of view, it's not one I agree with. So let's see how this plays out. And if I'm wrong, I have no problem. Again, I have no problem admitting that I've made a poor choice, and that we will course correct. And I hope that you'll engage personally with Steve Johnson and see what he proposes and see how he interacts, and you can judge for yourself.
So thank you so much, Randy. I understand the homelessness situation is extremely complex. I'm not speaking in defense of anything. I just wanted more,
Sure.
Basically your answer that this was the better choice and why. And to be honest, after today, I don't have yet an understanding that this is the case. More so maybe because Mr. Johnson did not come at least to some sort of, not necessarily a plan, external, like the whole thing, but I witnessed several of Andrew's presentation, and again, this is not to defend Mr. Silver, and I was substantially impressed by the amount of work this committee has done compared to a lot of other work. So that's all. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I appreciate it, Raduca. Thank you, and happy to talk about it further offline. Nancy.
Point of information, can you make public how to access this meeting on Friday?
Yes, that's, thank you for asking. To be very clear, because that was also something that was being put out by members of the committee even after they were, I expressed that wasn't the case. This town hall is something that Steve Johnson planned completely on his own before I ever met him, before I ever spoke to him. And he did it because he cares and is concerned about the issue. Like, hopefully all of us are. And so I have a number of emails that I have to give to him for people that have already emailed me directly of interest. Steve, if you can please, if you have the Zoom, do you have the Zoom link yet for this meeting on Friday?
Yes.
Great. So we will send out an e-blast. We will, if you want, you can put it in the Q&A section now, but if you send it to board, B-O-R-A-D, I'll send you a message, but board at studiocitync.org. And we'll help, we'll push that out. It's not an SCNC event, but certainly I think there are many eyes on seeing what you're putting together, because I think that will give a much better understanding, frankly, of who you are in terms of how you think about this issue and how you think the greater community should address it. And again, I encourage everyone to reach out directly to Steve. He's from several conversations, a great guy, very reasonable, and I think you'll find that you agree with him far more than you disagree with him. Thank you, Steve. Moving right along to agenda item number 11, land use. Lisa.
Brian Carroll had a comment.
Talk on this?
Oh, sorry, Brian. I apologize. Go ahead.
No problem. I just a quick comment, and then I have actually a question for Steve. But obviously, the president can remove or appoint chairs at the will. Just the one problem I have is if the reasoning behind this is because of an inquiry by the city attorney. I mean, someone could weaponize that and remove anybody they want just simply by reporting them to the city attorney's office. I just wanted to comment on that. For Steve, welcome aboard to the SCNC. A lot of us, live in Studio City. We work in Studio City. We have children, not me, but I have cats in Studio City. You went from, and certainly I'm not trying to be a gatekeeper to it, but you went from being a fan of a restaurant to now chairing one of our committees. And now hearing that you really didn't have a plan for what your term as chair for the homeless committee might be. So I'm just kind of wondering if you could speak to why specifically you then? Like, I can imagine, like, if you came and you were invested in the Studio City, or you brought something up with Randy that, like, this plan might be good and let's give it a shot. Like, I totally understand that, but I'm hearing you don't really have a relationship to Studio City, and now you're chairing one of our committees. Do you also have a plan on top of it, if you can also address, like, being more involved in the Studio City community specifically? How our issues may be unique to our little town versus that of anywhere else? Because it just, with all due respect, it just seems like a very arbitrary decision. I mean, you could live anywhere in Los Angeles and still have this appointment. Why Studio City, and why uniquely you?
Yeah, that's a great question. And, coming in kind of as an outsider, I can see the issue. People have worked really hard. I can tell, just from what people, super passionate, people have given a lot of their time, effort, money, in what they've done. So I totally get, like, who am I to come in and say, like, what's what on a committee. But I was offered the opportunity and I said yes. I don't have any, like, underlying, like, I'm not sure how to say that. Like, I've been working in this arena for quite a while, and I was hosting this, or I am hosting an event on Friday, and also work in social inequities in addition to my full-time job. So I was offered the chance to do it, and I said yes. And by the way, for several years, I had a business in Studio City, which I failed to mention. Before I became a law enforcement officer, about 15 years ago, I conducted a fitness business in Studio City. So I probably know some of the people on this call. So.
Thank you, Steve.
Mr. President, quick comment.
Yes, Richard Adams.
Okay, Mr. Johnson, since I don't know your former rank, as somebody who spent way too much time in camouflage, following all sorts of strange people around doing silly things, it's nice to meet someone from the military who has the common sense to, when they're dropped into a fairly new situation, instead of going, I know what to do, stops, does recon, takes stock of everything, figures out what's going on the ground going on the ground, and then decides how to move forward. That's classic special forces. It's classic civil action. And given my training and background, I approve and applaud, because you're more likely to be effective than somebody else who walks through the door going, I know what to do because I've seen a vision from God. So thank you. Welcome to the team, and I look forward to working with you. I'm done.
Hello?
And if can I respond? I appreciate that. And like I said, I'm not ego driven. So I'm actually a results person. You guys will get to know that about me. I think facts speak more than like what they might say. So I would just say, judge me by what results I accomplish. And
deeds, not words. I'm with you.
Yeah. Because I can sit here and talk till the cows come home, but in the meantime, homes are getting broken into. There's people passing away on the streets right out front here. So what do we do for that? We can talk about it all day, but let's start to take some type of collective action with a vision and some results behind it.
Note.
As I said in an email I just sent you, I think we can work together.
Note.
Great. Yes, Richard Niederberg.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that the whole committee was not fired. They just changed heads. The chair is just the personnel manager to make that work. So everybody else involved is still there, including Andrew, who can drop down to being a member if he chooses to do so. I'm just trying to see, basically, because being a chair requires them personnel skills and try to get a consensus when possible. I don't think it's such a bad move. Bye.
Thank you, Richard. Okay, I really do
Richard,
want to
can you
move
just
forward.
do me a favor and back off
with-
your mic a little bit? Because you're really,
if we
you're
can just
right on top of it.
we can move forward with land use. Lisa Karajian, please go ahead. Lisa?
Unmute yourself, Lisa. Unmute yourself.
Sorry, thank you. Hello, everyone. I need to amend this motion because I left out a few pieces of information. So the Land Use Committee of the Studio City Neighborhood Council recommends that the board of the SCNC take the following action. The board of the Studio City Neighborhood Council supports the applicant's request for the conditional use permit, case number ZA 2020-3925-CUB, ENV 2020-3926-CE to allow the sale of beer and wine of on-site consumption only at Vivian's Restaurant, located at 10968 Ventura Boulevard, Studio City, California 91604. In conjunction with a 1,235 square foot restaurant with seating for 28 indoors and 50 outdoors, with the hours of 8 a.m. to 11 p.m., 7 days a week. So this is Vivian's Restaurant on Ventura Boulevard, east of Vineland, next to the Gray's Tavern, which is located next to Manti Restaurant, across the street from the Ralph's and Rite Aid shopping center. They've been there for many, many years. They would like to be able to start open for dinner, serve dinner, and have beer and wine for their customers. And since we are all about seating outdoors now, the fact that they have 50 outdoor seats is a plus to the neighborhood. They've been great. There have been no complaints for this restaurant. There will be parking in the backside of valet off of the alleyway behind the restaurant off of Ventura Boulevard, behind the 76 gas station there. So a great part of the Studio City, and I think we should definitely support their wanting to have a beer and wine license.
Are you dropping the power washing requirement?
Oh, no, thank you for bringing that, because that's on my other. Bear with me as I made a mistake, huge mistake with this. So 7 days a week with the condition that the sidewalk in front of the restaurant be power washed once every 3 months. That is part of the motion.
Thank you.
Should we move to a vote?
Please,
Unless
let's move to a vote.
Are there any questions?
Brian Carroll.
I just have two.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hold on, Brian. Sorry. Hold on, Richard.
No, let
Please go
Brian
ahead,
go. Let Brian go.
Just, I'll be quick. The power wash, that's because we'll be eating outside, the LA alfresco kind of style.
Yes, partly because of that, and partly because it's the sidewalk has just been neglected there.
Is 3 months is that just standard for restaurants to do? Or is that unique in this situation?
Well, every month is standard for restaurants to do.
Okay.
I just requested every 3 months because I just wanted to get them going on it and for them to take the lead and start power washing at least once a month. But
Cool. And my only other question is, was there any opposition to this in committee?
none whatsoever. It passed unanimously.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Lisa,
Yes?
did they agree to our standard terms and conditions and all the rest of that good stuff?
Yes, they've been operating out of for over 15 years. So yes.
Yeah. In that case, I strongly urge everybody on the board to approve this. The hours are appropriate. They're going to do what they have to do. They have to be good with LAPD and ABC, so they're not going to become a problem place. They are a restaurant, yes?
Yes. They've existed.
Yeah, so they have to sell at least 50% of their tabs have to be food. They can't turn it into a bar or a party place. And as somebody who was partners with somebody who tried to start a business down, it's damn near impossible to do in the best times. In the current times we're in, our local businesses, our local restaurants need every help they can get. And if you've gone up and down Ventura anytime recently, you've seen all the boarded up and the for lease and the for everything else. I strongly urge all of you to vote yes in favor of this. Because ABC and LAPD has not seen any alcohol-related problems in our neighborhood, period.
Can we move to a vote?
Let's vote, please. Yep, let's vote.
All in favor of this motion, please raise your hand.
Richard Adams, yes.
All opposed? I see no opposed. So the motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. 12, Outreach Committee, Michael DeLazar.
Yes, my 2 seconds. I just need to record this. Can you pause for a second? Or Phil, can you dance for a second, Randy? Just because I just need to record this. That's all.
Yeah, Phil.
Okay. Okay, so I filed the notes for the outreach committee attached to the agenda, and I'm just going to let those ride. If you want to see what we've been up to in outreach, by all means, just read the notes. We're trying to do things to really reach out and include people. Tonight, I'm taking a moment to talk about a questionnaire, and it brings up a motion that we're going to ask for in just a second. It's a questionnaire that we're going to host on the SCNC website. It's going to ask things of our stakeholders, like the issue that's most concerning to them. It's going to give us some data to work with on our committees, and give us a sense of the pulse of what Studio City, anybody we can reach with this questionnaire is feeling. It will also ask for their areas of interest, if they're willing to volunteer with any of committees, and and promote engagement with the committees along with that, and hopefully collect some email addresses so we can expand our reach to the stakeholders of Studio City, residents and businesses and renters. This questionnaire, the lineup of questions on this questionnaire will be sorted at a special meeting next Wednesday. The public is welcome to attend and contribute. Off of this questionnaire, which will go on the SCNC website, we will generate a QR code. The QR code will get distributed, and all people have to do is, with the QR code, is scan it with your phone. It takes you right to the page. You can fill out the questionnaire and move on with your life. So it's trying to make things as accessible and easy as possible. Initially, we're going to roll that questionnaire out via Facebook. We have a 2,000 person subscribers to the Facebook page, and our email database, we'll send it out over that. Nancy Kramer points out that there are many in our community who are not connected to Facebook. So we are printing cards, which is part of the expense in the budget request coming up, or the expenditure coming up, to hand out. We can distribute them at the farmer's market, door to door. But the request tonight is in the event that we decide to go through with a physical mailing through the USPS. That's a larger undertaking and expense, and that can run up to $6,000. We have several bids. We had one come in at $13,000, which was, unfortunately, that printer wasn't able to delineate between blocks. He had to send out to a full area code. Well, through Arnold's, one of our printers, we're able to delineate between streets and get the price down. We haven't committed to absolutely going with a physical mailing, and I'm going to let Nancy Kramer talk to that because she had a better point on that. But in the event that we go with a physical mailing, we wanted to pre-authorize this, so once we get this questionnaire up and out, we can get that done without waiting another month for another board meeting and we lose time. Nancy, if you're available, you can make that case.
I am here. My laptop was down to 1% battery, so sorry guys, my video's off. The idea with the postcards came about back when we started the Neighbors Helping Neighbors program, and we were given some COVID funds for the neighborhoods to reach out to all of the stakeholders. And unfortunately, it never sort of got done sooner. I wish it had, because the one thing that I know out of our reach right now between emails and Facebook and Twitter and whatever else we're doing on social media, we're not reaching nearly what our stakeholders are. We're not reaching all of them. We're not even coming close. And what we do know is that people don't even know that we exist. And how do we get in front of them at least once? How do we get in front of them? Then maybe we can go to realtors when they sell a house, or apartment complexes when they rent a space. But at first, how do we reach all of our stakeholders to get them involved and let them know that we exist and find out what they care about, so that we're not making some presumptions? And so I was hoping that we could use some of those funds for the COVID to reach out to all of our stakeholders and at least engage with them. They may not want to engage with us, and that's okay. But there's a lot of older people that are not on social media that like things in print, and even younger people. I mean, I don't participate on Facebook, and I consider myself younger. So I don't know. That's my pitch.
My only point to that, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, the COVID funds were not an additional sum that came from the mayor. That was a portion of our existing budget that was set aside that the president could spend at his own discretion. It's not like there's funds that are sitting there that we're going to lose. This is just a set of funds from our existing account that the president can spend without the formal board approval process.
I don't know if you're asking me that. I'm not the person to ask, and I don't
That's
even
my
know
understanding of it.
If we're now, because we're in a new, like if we just lost a bunch of funds because we didn't spend it already.
They were never there.
but that we're in a new budget. I can't speak to this. I'm not last year's budget or this year's budget.
No, but that's just the way it is.
But that's just the way what is.
Just as Michael said, those funds were put aside from an existing budget for us to use, for the president to use at his discretion. And any funds that have been left over, once we send in our financial package, those funds will come to us, the rollover funds from the last budget. That's my understanding. So it wasn't in addition to any money that had been allocated us. It's
So
always
this would be an
been our,
expenditure, in other words, this would be just an expenditure as any other expenditure would be. There weren't COVID funds to spend. It was just money that Randy had at his discretion to spend, or Brian back at that time to spend at his discretion. So, you know, I originally thought that the mayor was giving us an extra $5,000. He was not. He was just saying, go ahead and spend it any way you want, without going through all the formal budget stuff. This is an emergency situation.
Either way, for me, the idea of reaching our stakeholders is probably the most important thing that we do as a committee. How do we do anything if we don't have input from our stakeholders? And if they don't even know we exist, what do we got? That's my feelings.
And I agree.
Okay, go ahead, Raduca.
So I agree with Nancy. I guess we do this once and then we're gonna know for future reference if this is the way to go or not, because if we don't try it at all, we're not gonna know what works. Obviously, right now, whatever we do, it's reaching a very small percentage. So we owe it to ourselves to try anything at this point.
Including a Facebook buy, yeah.
So can we do real quick and
I have
then
a comment.
can we go Lisa, Alex,
Comment.
and Richard, please? Hold on, Richard Adams. So Lisa Karajian first,
Not a problem.
Alex is
Not a
Vicky.
problem.
Thank you, sir.
I completely agree 100%. I think we should definitely need to do this. We need to get the SCNC out to the stakeholders. They need to know we exist, and involvement is crucial. It's so important. I think it's a great idea. I just don't know, is 6,000 like the final number, or are we going to try and get some deals, try and get it for like 4,500 if that's possible, or?
The majority of the price is the postage, and that's not going to change. There's no movement on the postage. The postage is what the postage is, and we have X number of houses we have to deliver to if we want to be inclusive, which we do. Yeah. So the only thing would come down is could we get the cost of the printing down? It's not going to move much. So that's sort of where that is, and it is a large. You know, I was surprised myself by the.
Anna, we can't hear
cost.
you. You're waving your fan. Sorry.
Okay, Alex, go ahead.
It's all right. I pass.
Okay, Richard Niederberg. You're muted, sir.
Richard Adams?
No, Richard Niederberg and then Richard Adams.
I just want to make sure that it's spent with Studio City vendor, except of course, post office, which doesn't do much Studio City. So just as long as our printing is done locally. Thank you.
The vendor is Arnold's, yes.
All righty, my turn.
Yes,
Hello.
please go ahead, Richard Adams.
Okay, real simple. I've got no problem trying to reach out to our stakeholders. I do have a problem with efforts that are pretty much doomed to failure based upon my personal observations. We are going to send these out to resident at address. That will ensure that they are put in the advertisement packet or the junk mail, whatever shows up at the place, at the residence that day. And my neighbors throw that stuff away without even looking at it. I know because I've asked several, give me the ad. So if there's a coupon for a good price on beer, I get more than one coupon. It's half the people don't even see their mail. Their housekeeper, their nanny, whatever, throws away all the garbage and gives FA or FA the paperwork they want to see. I would be enthused to support $6,000 for banners on the major streets, Ventura, Coldwater, Laurel Canyon, whatever. They're there for months. They're constantly visible to everybody. Cannibal Hall currently has a whole string of banners for the graduating class of 2020. That would be a good expenditure of money for everybody that goes through the neighborhood to at least get some impression of us. I'm sorry, but the vast majority of those postcards, first off, we're printing on paper. It's probably going to be glossy, two sides, ink, etc. We always pride ourselves on being a green, sustainable neighborhood council, yet we're doing this, and I'm afraid a large majority of these cards will never be seen by their target audience. We need to be frugal and efficient with the money that our fellow stakeholders give us, and I don't see us doing this. I'm 110% in favor of outreach, but I don't think this is a good idea. End of mission.
Thank you, Richard. Okay, if we any other comments, we need to vote. Bring this to a vote.
I got a question about the postage. Anybody? What's the
Go ahead.
postage
Yes, your
per
question,
piece?
Lana. Quick.
The postage per piece, and what's the size of your piece that you're mailing, and how many people in the area? Is it 30,000? What's your number?
Yeah, I think the number was 30. I will get to you. I will get you this offline. Roughly, it's a 5x7, dual-sided. It's 15 cents a card, and it goes out to the 38,000 stakeholders.
Thanks.
Those are the rough numbers. Don't hold me to that as gospel, but that's approximately it.
I note that our previous neighborhood councils have many times used Walking Man or other
We're investigating that
alternatives.
as well.
Thank you.
Okay, let's please bring this to a vote.
Okay, this is motion 12A, and I'll call the roll. Richard Adams.
No.
Brian Carroll.
Yes.
Michael DeLazar, yes. Randy Freed.
Abstain.
Alex
Yes.
Raduca.
Yes.
Lisa Karagian. Lisa? Yes, that's a yes. Nancy.
Yes.
Sorry.
Richard Niederberg. Unmute, sir. Richard, unmute.
Abstain, I said, sorry.
Abstain, thank you. Jesse Porter.
Yes.
Yes. Rick Rosner.
Yes.
Yes. Lana.
Yes.
Alexa's absent. Adam.
Yes.
And Joseph.
Yes.
Yes. And the motion passes.
Thank you.
And then
Do you want to quickly do your mission statement?
Yes, motion 12B, we developed a mission statement and passed it unanimously by committee. If you had a chance to review it, I will not go over it now, but unless somebody calls for it. And it's just adopting our new mission statement as a board function. And I will just do a simple raise your hand vote to this. All in favor of adopting the mission?
I think we need to have it read for any of the participants on the call, though.
Okay.
That's all.
Thank you.
And I've got to find that on the agenda. Hang on.
The mission of the Outreach Committee is to ensure every Studio City stakeholder feels connected to and heard by the Studio City Neighborhood Council. Engage stakeholder participation in meetings, issues, and events involving Studio City and surrounding communities. Provide the path between the City of Los Angeles service and information and Studio City stakeholders. promote the visibility of Studio City Neighborhood Council. End.
There you go. Thank you, Richard. I appreciate that.
I'll send you a bill.
Good voiceover work too.
It's
Okay,
$6,000.
all in favor of the Outreach Committee adopting their new mission statement, raise your hand.
Yes.
And anybody opposed? I see no abstentions or no opposition, so the motion passes unanimously. And back to Randy.
Thank you very much. Moving right along to Rachel Tobias, Public Safety. Are you still on? I think I promoted you. Rachel, there you are.
I'm here. Hi, everyone.
Hey, Rachel.
Everyone's still awake? I wasn't going to report anything. I just wanted to give a comment. The Community Policing Academy that Richard Adams mentioned earlier this evening has actually been canceled with no future dates. I just wanted to report that. And then also, Lana, you had mentioned the 3 homeless persons that had overdosed. They did not pass away. They are still alive. They are Studio City residential homeless, unhoused. So they're doing okay. All right.
Okay,
so,
well, that's good to know.
Yeah.
The report said that one had died.
Yeah, it was incorrect. Okay, so the NoHo PD had mentioned wanting to have a sanitation truck designated for Studio City and North Hollywood area. Currently, LA 311 is not really as receptive to getting blight taken away and larger items. So they were requesting that we ask Krikorian's office for a Department of Sanitation truck that would deploy just in our area. So first motion, do I need to read it to you guys, or does anybody have any questions before I need to read it out loud here?
Go ahead and read it, please.
Okay. Public Safety Committee requests the Studio City Neighborhood Council to draft a letter to Councilmember Paul Krikorian requesting the assistance in obtaining a Department of Sanitation trash truck, along with a sanitation worker, for deployment in the North Hollywood LAPD Station Divisions area in an effort to assist the homeless with trash and blight. Since the pandemic, bulky items are piling up. LAPD and Hope Care teams have been setting up cleanups without resources to effectively get the most problematic areas cleaned up and bulky items removed. We are aware of your office's assistance in the past and appreciate it, but we ask that more attention be paid now. The increasing population of those unhoused currently living on our streets has led to an increase of trash and blight, which presents an imminent unsanitary health risk, both for those living on the street and for the greater community.
Friendly amendment?
Let's hear it.
Add a trash truck be available on call with of course, the hours to be adjusted between 2 different city departments. I don't think the city has the money, the funding, the manpower, the whole 9 yards to make one permanently available. But I'm totally in favor of the departments developing some sort of flexibility where if they're given 72 hours notice, say, they can have a truck available, especially if the care teams will tell them what the sanitation team is picking up.
I would be amenable to that if anybody else agrees.
Well, you are. If you brought the motion, you're allowed to bring it. That's why it's a friendly amendment. I'm just suggesting it. It's up to you whether or not you take it. And the wording is up to you.
That's fine. Sorry, can you repeat where you want that? Sorry.
I don't have it right in front of me. Basically, a sanitation truck be available on call.
On call.
And then possibly parentheses 72 hours, close parentheses, to assist or to whatever we have in front of me.
Well, I don't think I don't think 72 hours needs to be determined. That can be determined.
Well, I'm throwing out a number. You know, and when we send a motion like this, it's a suggestion. The city will determine what the appropriate time frame is.
Gotcha.
Yeah, it's just if we tell sanitation they have to make a truck available 24/7, 365, they're going to dig in their heels to say no. But we say, hey, if we need one or we give you a couple days notice, could you give us one? They're likely to say yes. And the council office is going to be much more in favor of that than diverting a permanent resource 24/7, 365. It's working within the system. You know, I got away with murder for 21 years in the Army as an enlisted person. Trust me, I know working the system.
Okay, so
Well, I
the
didn't
amendment,
actually murder anybody, but
the amendment to the motion is requesting assistance in obtaining a Department of Sanitation truck along with a sanitation worker for on-call deployment.
there you go.
Yeah, hello? Yeah, I'm concerned with sanitation truck because the truck drivers want to make sure it's already a can so they don't have to get out of the cab. A lot of times the sanitation need is not in a barrel and so it won't get picked up. So maybe we should word this or realize what we're getting by saying sanitation truck, trash truck.
Appropriate sanitation truck.
I'm
Or
just
appropriate
saying,
Department of Sanitation support.
they just don't want to get out of the cab, that's all.
Well, no, they've got people that are trained to get out of the cab and people that aren't trained to get out of the cab, and I totally get that.
Okay.
I'm totally in favor of this motion, but we need to make it palatable to the various departments and to the councilman to get it to go forward. Obtaining a on-call Department of Sanitation trash truck along with sanitation workers as needed for deployment in the North Hollywood LAPD section divisions area in an effort to assist with homelessness and trash and blight.
The point is for more bulky items than anything. So
yeah. But once again, if I was since I've dealt with chemotherapy, nuclear biological warfare, etc., I'd want a very long stick and stand-up wind to push some of that stuff into a city trash truck. And how it's handled at the other end also needs to be very carefully observed. So it needs to be some sort of special requirement and special planning. They can't just send truck A out there and have somebody pick up a sofa with, 5,000 used needles in there.
Okay, I think we can. Rachel, do you have the? Oh, yes, sir, Mr. Carroll.
It's coming.
Yeah, just a quick comment or a question actually. So the last year has kind of proven that the care teams have kind of acted along with LA Sanitation as kind of a cover for full sweeps of these encampments, which would be a disaster, especially now during this pandemic. But they they hide it in these nice words like assist and help. Is there any guarantee that this won't lead to just?
Brian, I'm sorry, my internet is spotty. Can you repeat yourself? I'm so sorry.
Yeah, absolutely. No, I was just saying, like, LA Sanitation and the care teams have kind of been a disaster within the last year, and they use these kind of assist and help terms to kind of as cover for a full sweep, displacing a number of these people which is bad enough, but in a pandemic, it's just unspeakable. Is there any guarantee or any assurances that this won't be used also as cover by LA Sanitation and the care teams to just displace people at a time when we need people to stay put the most?
Well, they're not removing people from their area. They're just any of the items that are left on the street that are just blight. It's not being used by homeless. For example, I was last weekend. I saw a care team out at Moore Park, and they were there for maybe 2 minutes. And the sweep that they made, the cleanup sweep, was not anything. And they didn't have a truck with them. So
I see people under the I see people under the underpasses, and they're dressed in full sanitation gear, the hoods and the pants and the whole thing. Is that what we're asking for?
That's what they are asking. They're asking for, yes.
Much more expensive.
I wouldn't go there without.
Paducah?
Okay, so
Just a quick thing, Rachel, did you at all talk to the homelessness committee? Because if I'm correct, they have some information about this that will be efficient. And have you at all spoken with anyone from that committee?
No, I haven't spoken to homelessness about this. This is strictly a request of cleanup from LAPD. It's just LAPD's at their request. They're the ones that are on patrol seeing when there's like large bulky items that need to be picked up.
Okay, at this point, let's move to take a vote on this.
Did we do the friendly amendments?
That's my next question. So Rachel, can you read what where the motion now stands?
The Public Safety Committee requests the Studio City Neighborhood Council to draft a letter to Council Member Paul Krikorian requesting the assistance in obtaining the appropriate Department of Sanitation trash truck along with a sanitation worker for on-call deployment in the North Hollywood LAPD Station Divisions area in an effort to assist the homeless with trash and blight, and then the rest is unchanged.
Okay, if we can please.
I second.
Okay, I will call the vote.
It sounds like LA abandoned.
So we can take a vote, please?
Yes. Richard Adams.
Yes.
Brian Carroll.
No.
Michael DeLazar, yes. Randy Freed.
Yes.
Alex.
Yes.
Reduka.
Abstain.
Lisa.
Yes.
Nancy.
Yes.
Richard Niederberg.
Yes.
Jesse Porter.
Abstain.
Rick Rosner.
Yes.
Lana. That's a yes. Alexa absent. Adam.
Yes.
Joseph.
Yes.
Okay, the motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you. And as it relates to 13B, Rachel,
With
do you want to
regard
table that for now, or what do you want to do?
Ideally, so just so the board knows, and forgive me, my internet has been spotty all evening, so I heard some of it, not all of it. Randy, I think you had mentioned that we had met with Ben Beasley, excuse me. Yeah. Regarding Project Room Key, they are amenable to having a town hall of some sort or conversation to allow stakeholders to, I'm sorry, there's a lot of noise, and thank you. To allow stakeholders to ask questions. I think transparency at this point is really key, and that's kind of what we're just asking. So I would like to table this motion for the time being until we're able to have a conversation with them fully.
Okay, great. And I will just add, they already have, after meeting with us and kind of just a general walkabout, and also airing concerns that we had heard, and actually the bid was already in conversations with them because the bid was reporting increased trash incidents between Whitsett and Coldwater Canyon. They have already agreed to, they being Sportsman's Lodge, has agreed to hire a bike patrol for the area to assist the 2 existing bike patrols that the bid have, but those bike patrols stop at 2 p.m. To be clear, those are not police officers. These are not armed individuals. They do help report if there's excess trash being dumped or if something is going on to help rectify it. So they were agreeable to that as well. Sustainability Committee, agenda item 14, Rituka and Miller.
Melanie, are you here? Melanie is, I hope she can let me.
I am here.
Okay, do you want to take over?
Sure. Glad some of y'all, most of y'all are still here. We have 2 motions up this evening. And the first is a CIS in support of Councilmember Koretz's motion to limit vehicle idling. I will read it for you. The Studio City Neighborhood Council, representing more than 35,700 resident stakeholders, supports Councilmember Koretz's motion to ban unnecessary vehicle idling in Los Angeles. Such a ban would help the city achieve the air quality goals established in the Sustainable City Plan. Research has consistently found that it's less polluting and more fuel efficient to turn off a fuel-injected vehicle than let it idle for more than 10 seconds. Air pollution impairs everyone's quality of life. It damages lungs, hearts, brains, skin, and other organs. It increases the risk of disease and disability, affecting virtually all systems in the human body. Evidence presented at a recent hearing on the House Committee on Oversight and Reform reveals that the health effects of air pollution are roughly twice as bad as previously estimated. 8 states and many cities have already implemented such vehicle idling bans. We support adopting the best practices from these places, including exemptions for extreme temperatures, the health and well-being of passengers, any safety or emergency vehicles, and the needs of certain commercial vehicles to run their engines while parked. We need an effective ordinance coupled with a meaningful educational campaign by LADOT to help raise public awareness about the public health impacts of parked idling, including the posting of signage in highly sensitive areas. The Studio City Neighborhood Council calls on the LA City Council to support the Los Angeles ban on unnecessary vehicle idling. So that is the motion in the entirety. Does anyone have questions or would like some more background on this issue?
One question. Will the city-owned trash trucks be exempt? And even if they are, will the privately owned trash cans also demand to be exempt?
Trash cans?
Trash trucks.
Trash trucks. So the city trash trucks, if they don't need to be idling for more than 10 seconds, I don't know how to answer that question. There's a language in here that's very specific to whether or not there's a need for their function. I'm kind of assuming that if the trash trucks are operating while idling, lifting trash trucks back and forth, that that's not going to be included here. This is really largely directed at light trucks, delivery vehicles, others, even, you know, as part of the educational campaign, passenger vehicles that will park and idle.
My concern is that the city trucks are exempt. Will the private trucks, trash trucks also be exempt?
I don't think they're going to make the city exempt and private trucks not exempt.
Thank you.
Yeah, Brian.
This is beautiful work. So my only concern is just as it comes to the unhoused community, and it's just like I would hate to have this be implemented kind of as a weapon against further criminalizing the homeless. But is that kind of what the including exemptions for extreme temperatures kind of covers?
I think including exemptions for extreme temperatures would cover if you have a delivery vehicle and it's like 115 degrees outside, and that's the only way they can keep their AC running in a healthy kind of a way, I think. I'm not sure, but I think a lot of this is covered in the full motion that's up, and they're also looking at the dozens of other cities across the country that have implemented this and had it in place for a long time. So what our recommendation is that we adopt those best practices where they've had these lessons learned.
Cool. Yeah, I'm in support of this motion. I just wanted to, you know, if people are living out of their car and may need to cool, you know, themselves down if it's extreme temperatures outside, it's more just me voicing that. But
yeah, I hear that, and I think that I did see something in another in some of the city file on this about concern for low income and unhoused as well.
Cool. Great, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I got a question.
Lana. Go
Lana?
ahead, Michelle. Oh, Lana. Lana, you're muted.
What's the duration of that idle? You mentioned 10 seconds. Is that so anything beyond 10 seconds is considered idling?
Oh, the 10 seconds that I mentioned, yeah, was the quantification of it's cheaper for you as a car owner to turn off your car rather than let it idle for 10 seconds.
But is that in the language that's in the impact statement or the motion that the council file?
No, that is not the time at which you are, then the clock ticks for you get cited. This is just us saying that the research has found it's less polluting and more fuel efficient to turn it off than let it idle for more than 10 seconds.
Right. So how effective is the enforcement of something like this going to be? I mean, with Uber and Lyft and all these passenger folks who are, they don't wait too long, but, they could. People who do Turo and it's just a question, how do you enforce that? You just ask them nicely and.
I'm sorry. I think that you've seen different cities have different enforcement practices. I know New York City, because it's such an issue in New York City, they had a program where if citizens documented it fully and well and on video, then they could take it to the court and do that sort of thing. Other places don't. That's one of the things here that is really important, is an ordinance that can be effective, but coupled with a meaningful educational campaign. And I'll just give you an anecdote. My office, the front door of my office is right by the parking area there in Times Square. And I will often have people who back into the parking space right in front of our office front door and let their car idle for ages. I finally put up a little sort of a bumper sticker sign in our office window that says, just please turn off your car while you're parked, air pollution. Those fumes come right into our office. And all I have to do now is sort of open the door and point to it, getting their attention, and people go, oh yeah, and they'll turn it off. So I think it's both things. And again, we'll be learning from best practices in other cities.
What about when it's weather like today, when it's so hot and people have their air conditioning on just to,
Yeah, I think I read in our CIS and also in the motion, there are exemptions for extreme temperatures.
Mr. Zbicki.
Hi, this is a great idea. I mean, ideally, I think there's like a blanket idea for all different cities. New York City's a little less vast than LA City, wouldn't you agree? Why couldn't we approach this instead of hitting? We don't have an enforcement arm. We can't enforce basically anything anymore in the city. Why wouldn't you just impose the city itself when they're running buses that are double long and they've got 4 passengers in them to curtail those buses and maybe have new buses pulled out during that same shift? I mean, just stuff like that, which is sensible, and the city can actually enforce it because it's them. Why don't we approach this as like a city thing? I mean, I see especially with the pandemic, I see most of these buses now running at maybe 1/1000th of their capacity at 3 in the morning. These are things that our city could start paying attention to. You're not going to get a guy that's going to stand next to an exhaust pipe waiting for the guy to idle more than 15 seconds. So I'm just trying to be a little practical. I appreciate the hard work and intention, but maybe we can impose upon our city to start doing some of these wonderful things. It wouldn't take.
Thanks, Alex. I appreciate that. And I just wanted to let you know, in case you didn't know, that the city has made a lot of progress and is making some investments and moving us away from fuel-injected public transportation.
I'm talking about
practice. We're going, just to be very clear on your suggestion, Alex, with the public transportation. Our public transportation is transitioning to an electric fleet.
Yeah, that's great, but still, electric is still deriving from a fossil fuel created plant.
That's great. So what this is getting at is that the city of Los Angeles has failed on all 3 indicators for public health, with air pollution, the American Lung Association has failed, the city of Los Angeles has failed on all 3 indicators
Great.
for health impacts of air pollution. So we're talking about direct air pollution here.
Of course, but I'm talking about derivative air pollution. And my final point is that basically you guys are, these ideas are great, but at the end of the day, they sound great. They don't effectively change anything. My point is right now, today, with the fossil fuel burning trucks, why don't you just have a system in place that when your ridership is nothing, to maybe pull out a minibus instead. You know, these are all things that
I'm just saying we're moving away from fossil fuels. We're reviewing burning public transportation.
I would move to a vote and have
Thank
that
you.
discussion in committee.
Yes.
So let's move this to, if we can move this to a vote.
That'd be great.
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 14A.
14A, Richard Adams.
Public comment.
Yes,
Hello?
Richard. Yes, Richard. Please keep it concise and germane.
I try to. First off, this whole 10-second we shut down your engine, that is to get by the EPA fuel management, but the biggest wear and tear on your engine is the first few seconds when it's running with no oil. So everybody's getting you to wear out your engine before it needs to because it has no lubrication. This is not doing you or any other consumer a favor. Second of all, the city doesn't enforce what they have now. You're going to enforce an idling law? How? The city has a law against using gas-powered utility blowers, weed whackers, etc. I have city employees out in front of city property in front of my house using them on city property. This is a joke.
There's been a motion to a
everybody
vote.
feels good that we're passing a law, but
There's been a motion
no
to a
point
vote,
to it.
Richard. How do you vote?
Thank you, Richard. If we can,
I vote not just no, but hell no.
No.
Just okay, but just
Brian
a small
Carroll.
comment.
Wait.
I think what we're trying.
we're
to
gonna,
do-
Raduca, I appreciate, let's just move to a vote. I think the board has, knows where they stand. We've heard. Thank you for the spirited back and forth and information, especially spirited at almost 11 o'clock. I appreciate it.
Michael DeLazar, yes. Randy Freed,
Yes.
Alex, no. Raduca,
Yes.
yes. Lisa, that's a yes. Nancy Kramer. Nancy? You need to unmute, honey.
Sorry, abstain.
Abstain. Richard Niederberg,
No.
Jesse Porter,
Yes.
Rick Rosner,
Yes.
yes. Lana. Lana is a no. Is that correct? No. Recording her is a no. Alexa absent. Adam.
Yes.
Yes. Joseph.
No.
No. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. The yeses have it. The motion carries.
Thank you. Okay, on to the next item. So the next item is regarding the Lankershim Boulevard, the upcoming proposed repaving of a stretch of Lankershim Boulevard between, sorry, can we pull up I passed along the slides for you, if you don't mind pulling those up.
Michael, I send it to you in a.
I'm looking. I'm
It's a-
sorry. I'm doing the work of 3 people here right now.
Appreciate that.
Um,
The PDF, it's titled Lankershim
All I
Boulevard.
see is Mobility Plan 2035.
Uh-huh.
Protected bike lanes, is that what we're looking at?
Lankershim Boulevard Adapt with Example PDF is the title of the file.
It's not on the posted agenda.
This is a presentation. The motion is on the agenda.
Not the one I'm looking at, dear.
Page 16 of the agenda.
I'm looking at page 3. It says yes. The support of Councilman Caress motion, blah, blah, blah. B, motion, implement the 2035 mobility plan as approved by the city council.
Yeah.
And then
you're just
15.
voting on
You
it.
notice on the, and Richard,
That
you'll
is-
notice on the bottom of page 4, it says related documentation to all motions and committee reports as submitted are attached at the end of the agenda. So if you then move
Michael,
to
this is not it.
page 16, the motion is regarding the mobility plan is there.
Okay, then I move that the agenda was, what's the word we're looking for, disingenuous and misrepresentative, and the citizens had no reason to know there was actually something being voted on there, and this should be tabled to next month where it's properly announced.
A second.
Already announced.
I don't understand what you've just said. Would you please clarify? The motion is in the agenda.
No, it's not. It's down in the weeds.
Improperly agendized. It is improperly agendized. There is no motion. It's a statement. That is not a motion.
I see. So Randy, this was improperly agendized?
I would actually, well, we get Nancy to weigh in as parliamentarian. The full text of the motion is attached to the agenda.
But it is
not where it
agenda.
should be.
To be honest, I couldn't figure this out when I was looking at this beforehand anyway.
Motions have to be part of the physical agenda, not attached.
No, it
is a part.
I've been doing this almost 20 years.
Richard, it is a part of the
Shut up.
physical agenda. It is one document. It is not an attachment. It wasn't a hot link. It was on page 16 of the agenda.
It should have had a link to it right there with motion B.
We
And
were
it should have
given
said
to understand that
right
links are not
under
appropriate.
motion B. I'm sorry, it is inappropriate on this agenda. It does not say under 14B that there are additional documents to review. You must table it and present it again.
Well, respectfully, actually, it does say on page 4, related documentation to all motions and committee reports as submitted are attached. So that isn't correct. But nevertheless, a motion has been
It
made.
is not.
Excuse me. Thank you. There was a motion that's been made to table this. So I heard a second from Lana. So the board can vote and decide.
I would like to make a comment very quickly.
We're going to get a vote on the motion to table first.
Oh.
Motion to table this. All in favor of tabling this motion 14B? All in favor, raise your hand.
Richard Adams, yes.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8 with Richard Adams. That is enough to table the motion.
I see. Well, can I ask a question then? Is this the only item on tonight's agenda that was improperly agendized? Everyone who was complaining and the president who agendized it. May I please have some clarification? Is this the only motion on tonight's agenda that was improperly agendized?
I'd just like to say if it was submitted in that form, then it is how it came on the agenda. If it was not together,
It doesn't get proper notice.
Can we please let Randy talk?
So to answer your question, Melanie, is it the only item? It certainly appears at the moment that it's the only item that the two board members are bringing up an issue. I disagree with it. Obviously, it was not unanimous based on the board members who did not vote in favor of the table to motion. So I don't know that we could say that the board all agrees that this was inappropriately agendized, but nevertheless, it was tabled.
I see. I understand. I thank you. I would still like my question answered. Is this the only motion on tonight's agenda that was, by this standard, improperly agendized?
I'm going to look over that because I believe it's not.
By this
Well, then tell
standard,
me which
is this
other
the
ones
only
were.
motion on tonight's agenda by
going-
this standard that was improperly agendized?
Correct. I'm gonna let you know.
I'd like that answer before we proceed.
Except for 7E, in my opinion.
Correct. That's correct. That that was also not correctly agendized, as well as I
7E
believe-
didn't even make it on the agenda.
Yeah, 70 just, yeah.
So number one, I would say no, because we have, there were exceptions and other items that were tabled because of how they were presented in the agenda under the bylaws committee. So to answer your question, Melanie, no, this is not the only item.
No, we have we have many things that were not, and I don't understand why this is picked on.
So I will.
It's not
again,
picked on, Reduca.
Again, I will just say, and we
It's
will
so
move forward. We will move forward. I will say that I don't agree that this was not attached to the agenda or a part of it as a single document. It absolutely was, but the majority of the board wishes to table it because they feel it wasn't clear, and so that's how we're going to move. Just as items under the bylaws committee, they felt a few items were not clear and were tabled. Do I agree with that
Okay.
necessarily?
You don't even
No,
have the
but they were
asterisk.
nevertheless
The
tabled. So unfortunately, unfortunately, how it goes with committees at times, or what I agendize, and you're welcome to speak to Brian Carroll offline if he ever had anything that he agendized that was tabled. Unfortunately, it was tabled. Certainly can bring this motion forward again. Absolutely.
No, we can't, and you know we can't. I want to just speak briefly to this before we move on.
Respectfully, that isn't true. Because if it was necessary, and we can talk about that more offline, a special meeting could be held before the next board meeting to address just this topic. So it is not accurate to say that it couldn't be addressed. So,
okay.
But as for now, that motion is now tabled. So we'll move lastly to transportation.
I would like to make a comment
Barry
before we
Johnson.
move on, if you don't mind. I would just like to note for everybody that this was, it is timely. I hope we can have a special board meeting. That would restore some faith in process for me. There are people on this board who know, Lisa, there are people on this board who know that this is a timely motion, and there was some disagreement between the Transportation Committee and the Sustainability Committee. That was one of the reasons I wanted very much to present the slides, which were provided ahead of time. This is a timely motion. This has to do with whether or not we would like to see the city's mobility plan implemented when we have the opportunity. It is timely because this is moving forward. So I would request that we do have a special meeting to address this so that we don't have any doubt about why this was tabled. Thank you.
Great, thank you very
Well,
much.
the main reason is there's not, the asterisk is not
Lana,
even
Lana,
at the end of the sentence.
Lana, respectfully, we're gonna move on to the next item. Melanie, your point is taken, and we will discuss further offline.
Thank you very much.
And as it relates to agenda item number 15, for transportation, Barry unfortunately wasn't feeling well, so he had to get off the call. The Transportation Committee has the following motion. The Board of the Studio City Neighborhood Council requests Councilman Paul Krikorian to instruct the LA Department of Transportation to install a full traffic signal at Laurel Canyon Boulevard and Donna Dorotea Drive, where a traffic calming measure is needed to deter northbound downhill speeding, where many accidents involving vehicles into property have occurred. Until installation, we request that Valley Traffic Division specifically be deployed to this stretch of Laurel Canyon Boulevard between Mulholland Drive and Donna Pagida Drive. Any comments before we just move this to a vote? As you recall, there was someone earlier, a stakeholder, who brought this to transportation, how an accident happened right in front of her house because people, the stated limit is 35, but of course people come barreling down the hill once they get past Mulholland. Seeing no hands raised. Oh, sorry. Yep, I see you, Brian. Apologies.
Was there any, I don't know if Barry is still here, but was there any opposition
not.
to this in committee by any community stakeholders, people who live around that area?
Mr. President.
There was, to answer, hold on, Richard. To answer your question, Brian, I was at the meeting, so it was presented by the one stakeholder. There was no objection from any of the community members.
Thank you.
Yes, Richard Adams.
Okay, question. Did I miss something? Okay. Okay, we talked about that. I'm sorry. I'm following up here trying to get back to, did we consult 13 Bravo B, motion to do the possibility of 400 people, et
Yes,
cetera?
13 Bravo was withdrawn by Public Safety because Midwood Group is, along with LA Family Housing, which is responsible for running Project Room Key, they are open to a meeting. So yes, that was withdrawn.
Alrighty, I stand corrected. We're on 15 Alpha.
Correct. Okay, seeing no hands or comments as it relates to that, let's please.
My only comment on 15A is that
Yes.
the DOT, et cetera, will not, repeat, not install a signal or anything else there unless a traffic study supports it. I understand the neighbors wanting one. There's traffic issues in my neighborhood. I get it. We're cut through. And as such, I support this motion and urge everybody to vote in favor of it.
Great, thank you very much. Okay, if we move this to a vote. Oh, Richard Niederberg, your hand is up.
Yeah, I use that intersection quite frequently, you know, and it does seem to be an extraordinary problem beyond most of the other things. People are not requesting it for Oakdale or Fryman or something like that, which of lesser use. This is a major. Thank you.
Thank you. So if we can move that to a vote, please.
Yes, Richard Adams, yes.
Yes.
Brian Carroll.
Yes.
Michael DeLazar, yes. Randy Freed.
Yes.
Alex Zbicki.
Abstain.
Raduca.
Yes.
Lisa.
Yes.
Nancy Kramer.
Yes.
Richard Niederberg.
Yes.
Jesse Porter.
Yes.
Rick Rosner.
Yes.
Lana.
Yes.
Looks absent. Adam.
No.
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 Thank you. And
There's so much
Joseph?
traffic there.
Yes.
Yes. And the motion carries.
Great, thank you very much. Closing comment is thank you. I know it was a long meeting. I appreciate everyone who participated in their comments. I know there's strong opinions on all sides, but thank you. And other than that, I will make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
Second.
I demand a voice vote.
Thank you very much, Mr.
Good
Adams.
Yes.
Have a good night, everyone. Thank you.